Day 56 at Woodbine Racetrack on this Thursday, August 6th. Track announcer Robert Geller here to take you through 4 days of racing action, starting here today on what is a muggy day. We've definitely had a rise in the humidex, 28 degrees Celsius, 82 Fahrenheit, and it is a little bit of patchy cloud around as well as some sunbreak. Southwesterly 7 kilometres or 4 miles per hour. We are on the inner turf, races 1, 4 and 7, and we do have 7 races to be decided. Plenty of exciting racing coming your way, especially on Saturday. The Bison City and the Niagara, they're terrific races. 11 to be slated for Saturday. We wait for Sunday's entries to be finalized, and tomorrow 8 races to be decided. We're light on for scratches. There are none, but we do have rider changes, and there are carryovers in the Jackpot Power Pick 6 and High 5. Let's go to the changes on this Friday. Our first race on the inner turf, where the firm reading is confirmed with a going stick at 11.3. Do note, today we're in lane 3. We start in the first 22 feet out with the rail for this week. 5, I'm Tenacious. A rider change to Leo Salas. Sahin Savachi is not riding. So Leo Salas, the replacement in the first. Race 2 of the day is the start of the Jackpot Power Pick 6. The carryover is $19,147.28. And the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5 starts here. We have a rider change on number 2, Alnessa, to Jason Hoyt, replacing Juan Crawford. And further down the list is number 5, fully completely, Deshaun Gaskin. Kamari Blackett out of action, and a corrected weight of 120. Number 6, Don't Say a Word, is 2 over. Over to race 3, there are no changes. Race 3 is clear. Back to the inner turf for race number 4. And 2, Blameless Ghost. Romero Mirage steps in there. And number 4, Black Goddess, Christoph Douglas. Race 5. Number 1, Sirius Green, is Austin Adams, and the corrected weight is 125. To race number 6, Horse 6, Hardy Christini, and the rider changed to Deshaun Gaskin, and a corrected weight of 120. Race 7 is the final race. It's to be decided on the inner turf. The carryover in the Jackpot High 5, $6,146.08, and there are no changes in race 7. Coming up right now, it is time for Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer, wins. There he goes, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
She feels pretty, grabbing the lead. Diamond Rain coming on the outside as they hit the wire. She feels pretty narrowly.
This is the moment.
I always find it funny how the show introduction ends with a horse named She Feels Pretty, and I am working with Elisa Blow.
Oh, that's so
Lisa
nice
Blow
of
and
you.
Jeff Pratt with you here on the sets of Woodbine Racing Live as we get set to kick off another week of action. And we are doing so right now under sunny skies, but the forecast looks a little hit or miss, I would say, until about Sunday.
Yeah, and for those of you who want to know the status of our health,
What would you say, 80%?
I would say we're at 80,
Yeah.
85% of the way there. You know, we might take a break here and there to, blow our schnozzes.
Yes.
And there's a little cough that we're sharing
That's
as well.
the lingering part, for
yes,
sure.
and I can still hear it in your voice, but
Yeah.
it makes you sound extra smooth.
Do I sound very baritone?
You do, yes.
Speaking of that, very sad news the other day about Lloyd Robertson passing
I
away.
saw that, yeah.
He had a great voice to me, though.
He did have a great voice, and that's kind of when I'm watching the news. There are some guys that I'm like, oh, I just don't like that
But
voice.
he had the pipes.
He sure did.
Yeah,
Yep.
he really,
Yep.
really did. So obviously, passing along our condolences. A real legend in the broadcasting
Absolutely.
industry. Like just a guy that you and I watched for years as we grew up. So we are about 9 days and a half away from
Crazy.
the plates. Does it feel like it's plates?
No, it doesn't. Does it feel like it for you?
I just find when I get older, time flies
I know.
now.
It's like, it's the plate again?
I
like,
know.
honest to goodness, when the overnight came out the other day and I was like, the Bison City?
Yeah.
I mean, blew my mind, right? Because the Bison City traditionally used to be at Fort Erie, so it wasn't always one that was on the plate here.
Yeah.
But I'm like, we're already at the second leg for the Triple Tiara? Wow.
I know. So right now, it looks like a field of 13. Woodbine sent out to the probable field at this point. Now, things can change,
Yes.
as we all know in horse racing. But here's a look at how they will eventually go into the entry box, and then we'll have the double draw to try and figure out exactly how the race might unfold. If anybody is afraid of luster, they're not showing it.
No.
Because the numbers are clearly here in this spot. In terms of surprises, you and I were talking today about Bond Market.
Yes, we
Weren't sure
were.
exactly where he was going to go, so they're going to go in there. Fire and Wine, off form right now, but they're going to give it another go nonetheless with that one. And the status is very special. After the horse acted up in the play trial stakes, they're going to go in the race.
And then riders, of course, will be the
Yes.
other thing, because these are just probable riders that we think. But normally on a big day like that, we get some riders that come in from the United States as well. So looks like we could have a really big group of 3-year-olds for this year's edition of the Plate. And the other thing that I was excited to see too is the return to the E.P. Taylor turf course, which we were hoping was going to be Saturday.
Right.
Shockingly, the race didn't fill.
Which was amazing to me, yeah.
So now it looks like hopefully we're on it on Sunday.
I think we're good for Sunday, weather permitting. And
Weather
Sunday
permitting.
does look good, so I think
Yeah.
we'll be A-okay. So that's kind of a bit of a test run, just one turf race on that course. But obviously the Bet365 Inside Turf course is going to be very busy, and it was busy on the program on Sunday. You and I, we took alternating days off to try and rest up a little bit. The one problem with our job is, like, the pipes, like you have to be able to talk, and I just,
true.
and it just
Not cough your way through it.
Exactly.
You know?
So let's look back at what did take place on the program. We had 8 races. Favorites had a field day, and these two gentlemen are obviously having terrific seasons. Ryan Munger and Rafael Hernandez. So we've talked about Julia Carey with Burketto and the fact, she's probably a little bit stressed out about everything. Does Ryan Munger get stressed, do you
I don't
think?
know if he does. Did you see I don't know how I caught this. It was on my social media
know exactly.
feed.
Him and Austin
Where
Adams?
him and Austin Adams went to make special King's Plate scented candles.
Yes.
See, I think that the public's idea of what the King's Plate smells like isn't the same idea of what it smells like pour moi. Like, for a horse person, it smells like a horse.
Yes,
But
it does.
what does the King's Plate actually smell like?
It smells like money. That's what it smells like, my friend.
That's
Back
what
in the day,
Ryan
you know what it
said.
smelled like to me? Was cigarettes and cigars.
That's right.
That's
That's
what it
right. And
smelled like.
popcorn and all
Yeah,
that good
yeah.
stuff with a hint of horse mixed in there. Yeah.
But I can't wait. Plate's not too far away. And the wagering, now menu just got announced today. Post time got announced today. It's going to be 12:30.
Okay.
So
we better let
put that in
Robert
your
know.
calendar. And we will have an update for the schedule as well tomorrow. There's no Thursday race though next week, but don't worry. We'll keep you
Yeah,
apprised of
and I
that.
got to go do the trotters tomorrow night. Sorry, not just the trotters. I got to go do
got
the
good races,
harness
though.
horses. And I got a couple of finals tomorrow night for some 2-year-old stakes events worth like big money, over $150,000.
So before you get to stakes potential with the horses, you sometimes have to start at the bottom.
That's
what we're
right.
going to do right now with our first race in here, because this is as low as we go here at Woodbine for topic number 1. It is the start of the Pick 5 in here. And these are main 10,000 claimers. And if you're trying to find consistent horses or horses that you can really trust, this ain't the spot for you. But, for Pick 5 purposes, it's often a race in which you have to spread. Because if I said to you, I'm going to key Lenny to rails, you'd be like,
are
I'm
you
picking
crazy?
the horse,
Yeah.
but there's no shot I am. Now, Flight Mare, you might be looking and saying, is this a flight line? No.
No, it's not.
This is a Shaman Ghost, unfortunately, but finished second in a small field last time out.
See, I would say, same as Jeff, like there is no solid contender here in this race. And as we often say about these maidens for 10, and I've been calling them Yahtzee races because you just never know. You might as well shake the dice and see what number comes out and play that. So for high 5 purposes, jackpot power pick 6 purposes, you might want to hit the all button in here. But I have landed on the 3 Flight Mare because that last race wasn't all that bad. Now that was July the 20th when finishing second for conditioner Scott Fairley. Leo Salas was aboard on that day, and the winner won quite easily by almost 6 lengths. And you're going to see that horse come up, I believe, on the Saturday program as a reference as well. The other horse that's kind of interesting here to me is the 8 Race Day Chance, who comes in out of the same race as Flight Mare, was a 3rd place finisher but beaten 10 lengths. I know a lot of you taking a a look at Lady J Rails. Now, there's the drop for this horse and the rider change, the drop, the rider change, the barn change, and the equipment change. So lots of different changes there with the 4.
And a vet scratch on July 20th.
So how do you confidently get behind that one?
You can't. It's impossible. And the distance is a huge question mark for the horse as well. The only thing with Flight Mares or Flight Mars race that kind of worries me a little bit, and it's not her fault, that was a 4-horse field on that day.
I know.
You know, but there wasn't much in there, but there's not much in this field either in this spot.
I guess the other thing is, who do you feel confident on with the distance, a mile and a 16th? Because Lady Dayrell's, she's never done this before, so she's going to stretch out and go long for the very first time, whereas at least Flight Mare, she's done it once. And she didn't, well, she's done it a couple times. She debuted at a mile and a 16th last season. I kind of find these Shaman Ghosts are okay when we're starting to travel around the 2 turns as well.
There is going to be somebody getting their picture taken today, and it is going to be a big achievement for them because it's been a tough go so far for a bunch of them in race number 2 on the program. Are you sick?
Thanks, buddy.
No problem, no problem.
I wonder who I caught that from.
I don't know. It wasn't me. That's Shaggy would say. Topic number 2, late game. We're going to go 6 furlongs in here. We've got a field of 9, and we've got Donnie McRae with Verdejo represented in here, and you've got Mike DiPaolo with Super Sicily as well. It's amazing how some horses are so popular at Woodbine from a claiming point of view. You look at, horses throughout the years, they just, because they're so dependable.
Yes.
And they just move from like Last American Exit comes to mind.
Yeah, sure.
Horses like that. And Verdejo, that has been a very popular commodity as of late. It's been Donnie and it's been
Eddie.
Do you
And
think
Donnie, and then Eddie.
Does Eddie go back in today? I think
Possibly.
It's probably a good shot he does.
Well, he's waited the 30 days. He's coming back for exactly the same price.
Yep.
So if they haven't spent their money, they've got the 25 Gs plus HST to spend on this horse here today. So they have waited the 30 days on Verdejo, a horse who is no stranger for the Donnie McRae outfit. And we're going to take a look back at that most recent start, which was on June the 20th. You can see our horse is in along the rail and then gets a little swing here to the outside and ends up running a really game third behind Per Factor, who I think would be one of the better claims last season for the Devin Gittins outfit. Society's Cat, a solid citizen as well. On this day, they really were both from the same outfit. Society's Cat, represented by Eddie Catrian for Carlo D'Amato, and same was said for the 4 Verdejo. Now, what I like about this gal here today is that, yeah, she's going back into a barn that knows her really well, but look at the work that Don's did with this horse since claiming her. He's gone back and trained her on numerous occasions. She's got 3 workouts, including a bullet move. Most, 3/8, and then a nice half, getting ready for this race here today. But she does give us some of the best late speed in this race, the best run-out speed in this race. Not necessarily the fastest out of the gate, but that's not what we know about her. What we like about her are sometimes the best trips for her have been rallying journeys. So I'll use Verdejo in the top spot over the 8. More Money Honey, who hasn't seen the races since May the 15th, gets a rider change today to Ryan Munger, as Rafael Hernandez will go to the 4. And I think that is another big vote of confidence for Verdejo.
Yeah, no, big time. And Rock Hard Rose is certainly in form right now. I mean, that was a big win last time, but they've kind of been shopping around for spots with Rock Hard Rose. The horse was sent to the Presque Isle, and there was a vet scratch here. And we get non-1, and now it's in for $25,000. So I think that's Emma's only mount of the day too. So if you kind of like that angle to play, which you and I do on a Thursday, used to be my favorite Patrick Husband's angle.
Yeah, comes in for 1.
On Thursdays, especially on Thursdays, if he's coming a trip short from Barbados to come here to ride, run to the windows.
It's pretty live.
Yeah, it's pretty live. So, but Rock Hard Rose obviously in great form right now. But I have landed towards Super Sicily, hoping that off-the-pace style will be effective there in race number 3. Okay, midway portion of the program. That'll be race number 4. This is split of the opener, and what I wrote down in here, and I don't know if you agree or not, is I think there's a ton of pace in this race.
Yes, I would agree. And then you can add some more speed from Anita Margarito, who's putting the blinkers on today too. So, she had the blinkers on last start out. She showed speed. Now she might go even faster with those blinkers on today. I did go to Moonlight Promises, the Mark Casse trainee. Again, a horse who looks like they went back to the drawing board on. Had the race May the 8th and won that race here for a quarter.
Yep.
And then since then, we see a number of workouts, and they're good works, especially the most recent one in 48 with the comeback. And you get Rafael Hernandez to do the riding. So is she the speed of the speed, or is a horse like Texas Holiday going to be a problem in this spot? Does it help to set up for a horse like the 7 Lady on the Nile from the Cititard outfit? Boy, has she ever found Like a whole new self since hitting the turf.
Big time. Big time. And more consistent all of a sudden, too. Because remember, this horse would run these huge races. Then you'd have to look at the back of the milk carton to find where the horse was running in the next start. Like, just was so hit or miss. And now is so good right now. But she loses her buddy.
Yeah, I know. That's
Fraser Abley,
interesting, isn't it?
As Abley is going to ride the sixth, that being Texas Holiday. I landed on the 8th Veranda, but I am terrified because we're in lane 3. I'm in post 8. That first turn's happening really fast. So Louis going to have to work some magic from a trip point of view to get that one in. But I wanted to find somebody that maybe is going to come from off the pace.
Yeah.
To answer your question, I do think you are the speed in the race.
And last week I played that angle on the Saturday with the Cassie horse using the speed horse, and I was able to get the speed horse at like 7-1.
Oh, no,
Yeah, Saturday you were.
Yeah, but that horse didn't show speed though. Was that off of the refinement?
Did it? No, not refinement. I'm thinking of the one that I had. That
Spa
Prospector.
Yeah.
The one that's at the track record.
Yes.
That one.
Yeah.
And again, like the speed just continued, and I'm kind of hoping for the same thing with this one. Yeah, that was an amazing day with a track record.
Oh, I know.
And we were at what? Lane 4.
Lane 4.
Imagine if we were in lane 1, how fast she would run.
That's what I love about Plate Week.
Yeah.
No rails.
No more rails.
No rails
Yeah.
at all, which is terrific.
Off the rails.
Yes, that's right. Race number 5 on the card will be at 6 furlongs. This will start off the late pick 3 in here. Okay, the bookend horses in here is as simple as Serious Green and Jinx Me, or does somebody else wet your whistle here in race number 5?
Well, I went to Jinx Me because the horse is getting closer and closer, and this is the 3rd start in the form cycle. It was 3rd in the first start back, then 2nd. If everything kind of works out, this horse could find herself in the winner's circle today. But what I find very interesting, and I tossed this horse in for 2nd just in case, is that we've had a private purchase of One Happy Wabbit, who is a horse that comes from the Dave Cody outfit. Sky Ternetz had been the regular rider. Now the horse moves over to Devin Gittins, and guess who owns the horse? Devin Gittins, and he's keeping the rider as well in Sky Ternetz. So that's very interesting to me, enough so that I'm going to use the horse for 2nd. I see Doug's putting the horse in the 1st spot, and I was almost thinking about doing that too, Jeff, but I just feel like Jinx Me is getting so close to getting this first win of the season.
Kind of like the Serious Green with the inside draw. The horse was able to take advantage of an inside draw when breaking through for a maiden win, and if she just sticks on the fence, I think she's got a shot to maybe kind of trip out here in this spot. But again here, Elisa, this is a 7,500 non-2. You're thinking a field of 6, perfect.
Yeah.
I found my key.
Yeah, and he can't.
Can't. You know what I mean?
I know what, 100%
Maybe I could go
what you
3 deep
mean.
in here because I would be terrified to leave off One Happy Wabbit. I'd be terrified to leave off Jinx Me, and I got to use Serious Green. Like I would be. Yeah.
I know.
You
I
know?
know. It's not always easy on these Thursday
No,
cards.
it's not.
Even when we give you some smaller fields like what we've just talked about.
Like at least when you get quality horses, even if it's a 14-horse field,
You can find your horses.
Find them more often
Yeah.
than not. You get what you expect.
You know what's interesting? I find that the weekend cards, when we have the stronger races, I can fly through those programs. But these Thursdays and
They're
Fridays,
tough.
when we have maidens for 10, 75 non-winners of a race in a year, that kind of thing, it gets hard to
And you have to
figure
be
them out.
so forgiving.
Yes, you do.
When you're doing your handicapping, so you're like,
Yeah.
this horse isn't great, but
But, yeah.
as opposed to the rest, doesn't look all that bad.
Well, and lately too, I've been kind of falling for the horses taking the drops in price, and that isn't always working out either.
Yep. Race 6 will be at 7/8. And you're not wrong in doing that because I think a lot of people, they want to get sales money.
Well, we were talking about it. We're midway through the season. So now's the time when you fish or cut bait, right? And some of these horses are getting cut. And I think that's the case for Tan Toast, who is from the Rachel Halden barn. And Rachel doesn't have cheap claimers in her barn. And, she tried the maiden optional 41st start, didn't work out. She tried the 25 next start out, got a much better effort, finishing in 2nd behind an easy winner in Let's Go Super, who won by almost 10. And now comes the drop for $15,000. This is the cut bait. You know, she has to make room for probably some pretty outstanding horses that are going to be entering into her barn. So I kind of went as simple as 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's what I did.
Did you do the same
1,
thing?
2, 3, 4.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's too funny. Hardtop has been a bit of a disappointment to me. She's just so big, and I just don't know if she's ever been able to get her mind and her body in sync.
Yeah,
It's
amazing. Eh?
And New Renaissance obviously missed a considerable amount of time. Toast the Ghost, Gail's starting to really heat up right now, which I like. But you spoke of Rachel. So there's a lot of press out there about the LA Dodgers as of late.
Okay.
So a lot of people think, well, and me, listen, there's pros and cons to both sides, but they're like, The Dodgers, they just have all kinds of money. They trade for the best, and they get the best. And they're just ganging up on everybody. Which is, listen, it's a free enterprise.
Yeah,
You can do whatever you want. Have you looked at Chiefs winning these stakes races? They are like
dominating,
so loaded this
Yes.
weekend in these stakes
Oh,
races.
I'd love to see. Look, not only that, Gil Cox has a great shot to win the Niagara with Dancing in
I
Denial.
hope that horse wins.
I hope so
Needs
too.
a stakes win, that horse.
You know, and can Chiefswood win the Bison City with a horse who got a roughed up trip?
Yeah. And listen, the thing about Chiefswood too that you have to respect is they spend the money.
They sure do, and it's their own broodmare band.
And they take care of the
Yep.
horses throughout their entire
That's
careers
right.
and after their careers
and
as
the
well.
aftercare
which I
as
love.
well. Yep, you have to support people like
Yeah.
that. But you're right. I mean, their broodmare band goes back generations now.
Yeah. They are the Samson Farms,
They are.
the King Haven Farms
Yep,
of our
they
era.
are. They are.
right now, right?
100%.
Let's get to the 7th now. Jackpot High Five on the inside course going 7.5 furlongs. You spoke of, use your fishing kind of reference.
Yeah.
You know?
Fisher cut bait.
Yeah, well, I'm going in, I'm putting my rod in, and I'm not expecting any of these horses that have run to really bite my reel.
Right.
So I'm hoping that this whole Anita is going to find its way into the winner's circle for me.
I'm just not sure about these shaman ghosts, Jeff. Like,
Especially with this pedigree. The
I
mare's
know.
a half the holy hell of
I know. There's some great relatives in that family, and here we are for $25,000 with the career debut. But I'm going to take a flyer. I thought, you know what? If this horse comes up at a price, I was thinking we might get more than 8-1 morning line. I believe we got 6-1 morning line on the 8 Crumlin Molly. I thought I'd take a flyer. So I'm going to show you the replay on this horse of what I like about this first lifetime start, or what we saw and learned in this first lifetime start. So watch our horse. She's a 6. You can see her right here. And right about now, Flores goes, whoa, big mare. Just got to wait for a little bit. And so we get her running again. Now this race was in a mile on the turf, and it wasn't fun for her at all. So here he is. He kind of taps her with that right hand, gives her another right hand or two, but she's going to run into a wall of horses. So nowhere to go. Let's go to the outside of the racetrack. And they think this is the safe place to be. And then doesn't she get into a little bit of trouble there and has to alter course as well? There is a second whoa that comes up here, and then we get to have a big run once she gets clear sailing. So I kind of wonder what kind of an experience or what kind of finish we would have had if we didn't have to whoa a couple of times in that spot. She might have been right there for a top 3 effort, and she has a good run out too. So now we have seen this in the past, and I was joking about this the other day with one of the trainers here. Where how many times does a horse show you in the very first lifetime start, you're like, oh, there's something there, and then they come back the second lifetime start and there's nothing there. So hopefully there's something there with her now. I do see that he's gone back and worked her a number of times, but there's some H's beside those workouts, so maybe she's not a workhorse, okay, but she gets a reference too to the winner, Lady on the Nile, who came back to win as well.
And the 5th place finisher came back to win for 25, Big Imagination too, so I really, really like that. Chevron Arota has been a little bit unlucky in some races. Strawberry World's had a bunch of chances too. So I just think your horse is so green.
Well, and she has a couple
Every
of
right to,
excuses.
yeah.
She has a couple. Now she draws the outside here today. Not always the best, but I was thinking at a price. Maybe we'll play her win place.
Yeah, I like that. So that's our 6th topic, which is Troubled Trip. But now we're going to get to our next topic, which is plays. I think on Saturday's card we have a couple similarities. I don't know if we have anything. No, we do have a couple the same today too.
Yes. So English Jubilee in the opener on the program for me. That is the Richie Morden horse, who has been racing against some tougher gals. For Derho off the claim, back to Mac. You get Tan Toast, who's, when do you see Rachel with a $15,000 claimer? And Crumlin Molly, who, like I said, let's back this one up with place just in case, see if she can give us a good run here today.
So I've got 2 of those. The other ones that I have added are Super Sicily in race number 3. I love the way that they rode the horse 2 starts coming from off the pace on that day. And my debut threat is going to be Holy Anita, as I'm just hoping the horse with that pedigree is able to do something in here, but the fact that one's in for just 25,000, that does make things a little bit on the interesting side of things. Tantos, very popular pick. Crumlin Molly, Robert's with you.
Okay.
With that one. And Sirius Green, that's where Ron's going to go. Ron's had some success with Sirius Green.
Yeah.
He's aboard that horse when that one was victorious earlier on this season with us here at Woodbine. Data. This is stuff that you can look at and you can do with it as you see fit. I can't remember what I called it last week.
We came up with a topic.
I had a much better name for it last week.
Yeah, it was like data and other things that you can read. Things. Something like
and
that.
then things you can look at.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. But here we go. So this is from week 16. Wow, we've done 16 weeks. Jeez.
I know, we're midway through the meet, basically.
You know what, football starts soon?
Oh my goodness, I got to get into the pools again.
Yeah, Hall of Fame games tonight. It's a preseason game, but it's called the Hall of Fame game. Here we go. Sprinting, inside draws. This is our recording. Doing well. Bet365 on the inner turf course. We didn't have a lot of sprints last week. I guess, you know, when you look back at it, with the rail being out, you would expect those inside draws to be
that's true.
so beneficial, right? In terms of Tapeta, when we get into around 2-turn races and went around 2 turns on the turf course, on the Bet365 turf course, we wanted to be kind of those 4 through 6 post positions. They were kind of doing the most damage in there. What else do we got? Winning sprint running style for week 16. That one is bucking the trend for sure. Because I would say 50% of the time plus speed horses.
Wow, look at how many speed horses in total.
Yeah, closers, but closers did well. 6 to 7 furlongs, speed. 121 for 297 overall. This meet, so one horse was able to come from well off the pace to have success in a sprint, and then 5 to 7.5 furlongs on the Bet365 inside turf course. You did want to be 4th place. Again, not surprising because the rail was in lane 4.
I've got a show for you to watch. Well, we're going to bring up the CTHS information. Have you watched this show? It's been on for years. It's just the newest edition. It's an HBO series where they follow the football teams as they get ready and they're in spring training.
The new one just came out.
It's Seattle Seahawks, right?
Yeah.
And I watched that. Hard Knocks. It's so awesome. Put the pads on.
Yeah.
Once they put those pads on, man, they are.
I know.
They are out to hurt each other.
They are.
Yeah, you need to watch that show.
So those some horses have relatives going through the sale coming up on September the 2nd, and I was just reading somewhere that Ontario Racing has announced there's going to be some new races for Ontario breds as 4-year-olds coming up.
For us?
Yes.
Oh, you're kidding.
Next year, yes.
So we'll have just straight 4-year-old races?
So essentially the thinking is that, you know, after these horses go through the plate and stuff like that, then they have to face open competition. Or
it's the way it's been
well,
forever.
the good ones can, but you know, but not, a lot of them can't do it. And if you have enough nice Ontario Sard horse, there wasn't a lot of Ontario Sard races.
So it would be strictly Ontario Sard 4-year-old races.
Yes. Yeah.
Something new.
Something new. So, and it helps out the Ontario breeders too, because obviously, you know, now when they go through the sale, there's more opportunities for them, right?
I wonder how the sale's going to do this year, considering you have the boost.
Well, I can tell you that I was talking with some people from CTHS. They did have a lot of interest as soon as that announcement was made.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know, the added money was in there too. So just to have some certainty right now, you look at a lot of other racetracks where there's not a ton of certainty. I mean, we're not even going to talk about the Triple Crown thing we're running on right now. We just won't talk about it. But the fact that you have certainty right now, that is what breeders and owners want. And we have that right now in this province.
So get your catalog is what he's trying to say.
22 minutes away from race number 1. Horses have arrived inside the paddock area for the opener. We'll get you all set for race number 1 coming up next.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day, the King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event. where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Eight minutes to go before race number 1 at Woodbine. Elise and Jeff with you here on the set of WRL. We're looking outside to see if it's raining.
Looks
so
good.
far, so good. Today we're calling for rain a little bit later on today, but hopefully it comes after race number 7 on the card. On the inside course, we go Elise to start things off. We have a split. This is a split of race number 4 that we'll see coming up a little bit later on.
And a lukewarm favorite with the horse on the outside, that being the 8, and that is English Jubilee for conditioner Richie Morton.
Who is so much better on turf than on the main track. So I think that the connections of English Jubilee have probably been having that weather app open all day long, trying to figure out what is going to be taking place. But we're on a firm turf course in lane 3, and we'll start off with Cayenne Kiss. And this is a 3-year-old who really, to this point, Elisa has been involved in just one turn and now has to deal with 2 turns today.
Yeah, so, you know, and this is only the second time on the grass, but you have to admit that that first start on the grass was pretty promising. That was first start off with a claim. They had taken the horse for only $15,000 when bet down as a favorite and, you know, couldn't get a sniff that day. They put her on the grass and she really woke up with a 3rd place effort for $25,000. So the concern would be the distance. Can she get 7.5 furlongs? She has gone 7/8 of a mile last year as a 2-year-old, and it didn't work out for her, but that wasn't against stakes company. I'm thinking that she's a horse I'd want to use in my top 3 here today, especially based on how she raced on the turf last start.
Arundel is the number 2. Looks so good when winning the race back on May the 8th. But then the form has kind of fallen apart a little bit. The barn's really going good right now at this point, so how do you evaluate Arundel?
I think you read the board. The horse is cold on the board, and just considering the fact that Sittard's barn is so live right now, and this horse is at 8-1, it kind of means toss to me. So the first couple of races this season against $15,000 claimers. Not that bad at all. You get a win there and an easy win too back on May the 8th. But then since moving up to 25, these have just been a little too tough for her. The blinkers come off today, and again, just keep your eye on the board. This is a hot barn right now that isn't taking much play in this race.
Arias Quest is the number 3. This is super speedy, and we're going to get around 2 turns here today for the first time.
And they reevaluated her this season too, in for the $25,000 price tag, and they were able to get a win against 25 non-2 at 7/8 of a mile. So the distance really isn't the concern. The question would be the turf. She has tried it once before. It was in her very first lifetime start. So obviously they thought that she would take to the turf in her career debut, but it didn't materialize on that day. She was racing against some decent horses too in a maiden optional 40. So yes, the distance, and let's see what she thinks about the turf.
Real quick comeback here for the 4 Poetic Amy, and a big move up in class
I
as
know,
well.
you know, we've seen a few of these where horses are coming back in off of, 7 days or less than 7 days, and that's the case with Poetic Amy. And she didn't race well enough for me in that 75 non-winners of 3 or non-winners of a race in a year for me to include her for $25,000 on the turf. She's tried turf 7 times in her life. She's had a few checks when racing on the turf, but the quick turnaround it's just not something I like to play.
I'm Tenacious, the number 5, has not gone around 2 turns on this course in a long time, but around this time last year, the horse actually ran a very good race doing this.
Exactly, and that's why she should be considered in here as a possible player, because she showed speed in that race when they were at exactly the same distance, 7.5 furlongs on exactly the same turf course, and she just got beat that day, finishing in the 2nd place spot. She's making her 3rd start of the season, used the waiver claim first start out, 2nd start in the 25 on the turf going 5/8 just might not have been her jam. She might not want to sprint. She might want to go this distance and have a few extra furlongs to work with.
Let's get to a pace prospect in here. This is the 6, and this is Mackenzie Road. It is a bit of a cutback in distance, but not a dramatic one.
And this horse has been traveling around 2 turns. So yeah, we know that we're fit to go around this distance here today. And when she travels 2 turns, she generally shows speed. I wonder if she'll likely be put up on the front end here too. She might have Arendelle to contend with up on the engine, some of these horses that are stretching out for the first time in a while, but she's run a decent 3rd behind a good winner in Talent Show in that protected 75 starter. Now they're offering her up for a price tag of $25,000, but still it's like this blaring light that's flashing when you see that she was a winner for $5,000 last season, so 25 seems like a big hurdle.
Eliza's number 7. Tara's Barn had a big winner on the program last week, and they're hoping to have some more success with this one.
I like both these outside horses, the 7 and the 8. I kind of find them interchangeable, and I wasn't sure if I should put the 7 on the top or the 8 on the top. But Pretty Liza finished 3rd last start out, went in for 25. She was going first start off with a claim, so obviously they're pretty happy with what they took. Note that the 2nd place finisher, Scary Speedy, came back to win last week, and it was an easy win for Scary Speedy as well. You get Romero Mirage.
English Jubilee, you have to read this condition very carefully when you're looking at your handicap here with English Jubilee, because this is a big drop down in class for the horse. Might not look at it monetarily wise, but those last 2 races were open 25s.
That's right, and in against good horses, that she had, like horses that have been multiple winners in their careers. And then the last race too, she has a story to tell because she got herself in a bit of a jam in that race as well and had to be steadied. She's great at the distance, she's great on the surface, she particularly likes the inner turf course. That's why I put her over the 7. So it's 8-7-1 for me.
8-7-2 for me as we take a look at Elisa's watch lister, who is English Jubilee, coming up in a race number 1. It's a 7-pack as we kick off another week of action from Woodbine. Coming up next.
First race of the week as they head onto the track. The first race coming up with a change of rider on 5. I'm Tenacious to jockey Leo Salas. And this race at 7 1/2 furlongs on the Bet365 in a turf is a conditional claiming race for fillies 3 years of age or fillies and mares 4 and up who are non-winners of 3. First time in 9 minutes, race 1 of 7. Here is the field in the post parade for the first race. 1 is Cayenne Kiss with Fraser Abley for Joe Russo and owned by David H. Roberts and Joseph S. Russo. 2 is Irondell, who's owned by Goldmart Farms and Royal Laser Racing Incorporated, is in the barn of Cittad, the rider Pietro Morin. 3 is Aria's Quest with Jason Hoyt, the rider here, and is trained by Mike DiPolo for Julianne Lewis and Josie DiPolo. 4, Poetic Amy for Bruno Schickedans, trainer Devin Gittins, and the rider is Sky Chanetz. Stacey Van Camp, owner of 5, I'm Tenacious, in the barn of Mike Mattini, and the rider is Leo Salas. Number 6, Mackenzie Road for Barbara Minshall, and the owners of Robin Broman and Maureen Hewitt Top. Jockey is Austin Adams. Bruno Schickedans also has number 7, Pretty Liza. Taryn Eagle is the trainer and the rider, Romero Mirage. Number 8, English Jubilee. Richard Morton trains for Kaylee Diaz-Sanchez with rider Jose Campos. The first is coming up on the Bet365 in a turf in 6 minutes. Now the field for the first race, these are fillies and mares competing at a 7.5 furlong distance on the Bet365 Inner Turf. They are headed to the start. There's a few horses. There are three here, four in fact, who could jump as favourite. Cayenne Kiss 7-2, Aria's Quest 3-1, Pretty Liza 4-1, and English Jubilee 3-1. And the Bet365 Inner Turf were in lane 3 as they come forward to the gate. And a firm reading, and it's time to wish Lisa Aitchison a very happy birthday as we all celebrate her birthday here today on track at Woodbine. The ever vivacious, ever youthful Lisa, we wish you the very best happy birthday. They're moving up. Coming forward for a start, Cayenne Kiss. Going in is Irondell, the first of what is a 7-race program. And into the line they come with Mackenzie Road. Joining the line is Aria's Quest and Pretty Liza. It's a gate 7. Poetic Amy with the red cap, Pretty Liza the white. And the last will be English Jubilee for the start. I'm Tenacious into gate 5. Poetic Amy has gone in. I'm Tenacious stands well. The last along is English Jubilee, who's currently at 3-1. Jose Campos the rider, English Jubilee. English Jubilee being led once more to the line, has gone in. The front of the gate now being closed and the track cleared for the start of race 1. They're all in. They're off. Good start except for in the centre, Poetic Amy. Away sharply is Mackenzie Road, and coming through in the centre, Irondell with Cayenne Kiss on the inside, who continues on in the lead with Irondell as they go to the turn out the stretch. And right behind them, Aria's Quest tucks in to take the drop. And on the outer, Mackenzie Road by 2 lengths to I'm Tenacious. On the outside is Pretty Liza, and back to second last is English Jubilee to the rail. About 7 or 8 lengths away, last of all, is Poetic Amy. Up the back stretch and racing clear, Cayenne Kiss by a length and a half, Irondell. A couple away third, Mackenzie Road. Aria's Quest and Echo away on the inside. A length and a half behind them came Pretty Liza, just shading I'm Tenacious. A length to English Jubilee, and catching some ground, but still 6 behind, is Poetic Amy. Inside the half mile they run. The first quarter was 23-2, and Cayenne Kiss by 3 parts of a length to Irondell. A couple away in third, Mackenzie Road going up 2.5 away. On the inside is Aria's Quest, and still racing together, Pretty Liza and I'm Tenacious. Second last, English Jubilee, and Poetic Amy's been the trailer. They head down to the quarter. Irondell pushing this leader now, and Irondell takes over from Cayenne Kiss. About a half in front and 2.5 to Mackenzie Road. I'm Tenacious, Aria's Quest, and down the outside, Pretty Liza, and going for home now. Irondell opens the lead to 3 lengths. Running home through the pack, English Jubilee's finishing really well up the inside, and I'm Tenacious down the centre. Irondell got a big break. I'm Tenacious coming on, and on the inside is English Jubilee, but as they come to the wire, it's Pietra Morant. Irondell by 2 1/4 from English Jubilee, I'm Tenacious, and fourth, Pretty Liza. The race time is 1:29.96. The winner is 2, Irondell. The numbers are 2, 8, 5, 7. 2, Irondell is first. Number 8, English Jubilee second. 5, I'm Tenacious third. And 7, Pretty Liza has run fourth. The first quarter was 23-2. The half a mile, 47-2. And 3/4, 111-2. 7/8, 123-2. The final time is 1:29.96, race 1. Back to the winners list today, and this time on the Bet365 inner turf. Irondell, who ran with the blinkers off for this race and success at the distance of 7 1/2 furlongs. And trainer Siddharth starts the week with the first race winner. Goldmart Farms and Royal Laser Racing Incorporated, the owners. Tall Oaks Farm bred the winner, a 4-year-old bay filly by War of Will from Avies Mineshaft, and that is win number 3 for Irondell. Official, $7.80 for the win, $4.40 to place, and $3.30 to show. 8 English Jubilee, $4 and 3 even. And number 5, I'm Tenacious, $7.10. The exacta 2.8, $38.80. The trifecta 285, $141.80. Super number 7 fourth, $1,121.55. Swinger 2.8, $335, 2.5, $14.70, and 5.8, $7.65. Race 1 payouts. Start of race 1, they're all in. They're off. Good start, except for in the centre, Poetic Amy. Away sharply is Mackenzie Road, and coming through in the centre, Irondell with Cayenne Kiss on the inside, who continues on in the lead with Irondell as they go to the turn out the stretch. And right behind them, Aria's Quest tucks in to take the drop. And on the outer, Mackenzie Road by 2 lengths to I'm Tenacious. On the outside is Pretty Liza, and back to second last is English Jubilee to the rail. About 7 or 8 lengths away, last of all, is Poetic Amy. Up the back stretch and racing clear, Cayenne Kiss by a length and a half, Irondell. A couple away third, Mackenzie Road. Aria's Quest and neck away on the inside. A length and a half behind them came Pretty Liza, just shading I'm Tenacious. A length to English Jubilee, and catching some ground but still 6 behind is Poetic Amy. Inside the half mile they run, the first quarter was 23 and 2, and Cayenne Kiss by 3 parts of a length to Irondell. A couple away in third, Mackenzie Road going up 2.5 away. On the inside is Aria's Quest, and still racing together Pretty Liza and I'm Tenacious. Second last, English Jubilee, and Poetic Amy's been the trailer. They head down to the quarter. Irondell pushing this leader now, and Irondell takes over from Cayenne Kiss, about a half in front, and 2.5 to Mackenzie Road. I'm Tenacious, Aria's Quest, and down the outside Pretty Liza, and going for home now. Irondell opens the lead to 3 lengths. Running home through the pack, English Jubilee's finishing really well up the inside, and I'm Tenacious down the centre. Irondell got a big break. I'm Tenacious coming on, and on the inside is English Jubilee, but as they come to the wire, it's Pietro Morant. Irondell by 2 1/4 from English Jubilee, I'm Tenacious, and fourth, Pretty Liza. The race time is 1:29.96. Race 1's finish order. On race 2 of the program, and there are 2 rider changes. 2 Alnessa to be ridden by Jason Hoyt. 5 fully completely to Sean Gaskin with a corrected weight of 120. And 6 Don't Say a Word, 2 over. In the pick 5, there's a guaranteed $50,000 into the pool. Starts here, as does the jackpot power pick 6 with a carryover. And that is $19,147.28 coming up in 20 minutes. Race 2.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
There's a reason we use expressions like storybook season in sport. For over 160 years, the King's Plate has played out like an enchanted fairy tale. It's Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. King's Plate, Canada's race. Be part of the spectacle, be part of the legacy. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at kingsplate.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
First race of the day goes to the eventual favorite, Arundel. When Elise and I were talking about that horse was 8-1 and eventually strikes odds of 5-2. Got the jump over English Jubilee.
So what did we learn there? Watch the tote board, because it was a talkin' back in the opener.
Mile to 16th for race number 2 as we start off the pick 5, and the pool is going to be guaranteed at $50,000. This also starts off the jackpot power pick 6. Carryover there is $19,000. This is a very tough race to try and decipher. And we're going to start off with one that's going to be experimenting here today, and this is Hannah Gal going around 2 turns.
You're right. So her races previously have pretty much all been at sprint distances. So I think they're just trying to throw something else at the wall and see if it sticks by asking her to stretch around and go 2 turns. The barn has been very quiet this season. They have yet to score a win this season. Blinkers are coming off here today, but she raced before without blinkers, and she was the 3rd place finisher without blinkers, but then she was the 2nd place finisher with blinkers. So I think a bit of an experiment as we stretch her out.
So that's the 8, not the 1. We're going to give you a visual of the 1 here coming up, if we can just do that for everybody, and take a glance here at Hannah Gal.
Oh, there she is. So she's staying out here. as opposed to going outside into the walking ring. And that could be, Jeff, just because we have some pretty black skies in behind us.
Ominous skies.
Yeah.
Yes, we do
But
have that.
this is never a good sign when they do this either.
Let's get to the number 2. Now, this being Al Nessa. We get an equipment change with this one as the blinkers are going to go on.
So we have a couple of horses dropping, and this is one of them, dropping from 25 in for 10 for Bev Chubb, a Bond Street. We've seen a few Bond Streets that have been pretty good, including one that we might see in this year's edition of the King's Plate. You get Hoyt, who takes over the riding duties. Blinkers are being added here today as well. First 2 races leave a lot to be desired, so Bev's not wasting any time dropping in for 10.
Flightmare is the number 3. It was in a very small field last time out, and yeah, it got beat, but the horse that won the race was expected to win on that day.
She's got some size compared to some of the others in here. I mean that she's tall. She's got longer legs than some of the others in this event. And she does come in off of a second place effort, which at least has shown us some signs of life. The race previous, when they used the waiver claim, she was well beaten. And then she came back with a much better effort when they stretched her around 2 turns. You know, as is the case in this race, some of these horses, you know, are just struggling. And I think at least this one has shown us some interest as of late.
Lady Rells is the number 4. From a speed figure point of view, she's got some great numbers as opposed to the others, but you got a vet scratch, you got the stretch outs, like, you got a lot of questions still with this
She's
horse.
hard to suggest because of that vet scratch, and then you can see that she worked in 1 minute and 1, so that's good on July the 30th. They are putting the blinkers back on today. They took the blinkers off for the last start and nothing really materialized, so I guess that experiment didn't work out. They'll put them back on here today. She's changed barns as well, and she'll change up riders too to Cavade Nichols, going from a bug rider to a journeyman, which could be very significant as well. She's taking a lot of play in this race, and you'll see horses getting hosed off today. I know when you're watching, you're like, is it really that warm? It's very, very muggy outside.
Fully, completely. Great album. This horse has not, unfortunately, panned out as of yet, and it looks like this one's been a private purchase of the Dale Powell outfit.
See, I think Road Apples might be the best.
Close.
It's pretty close.
It's close.
It's pretty close. So you get Deshaun Gaskin and a private sale since the last race. This horse had been handled by Kevin Attard, and we know that, you know, Kevin has been dropping in some horses that just aren't cutting the mustard over in his barn, and Dale's picked this one up. Obviously not for a ton of money because he's offering her up for $10,000 here today, and she certainly needs to show us some interest. Now, she did race at 2 turns like with Kevin on numerous occasions. The best was a 4th place finish in against Maidens for a Quarter to wrap up her 2025 campaign.
Number 6 is Don't Say a Word. They're still making some changes for this one. New pilots and the blinkers.
Zero buyer speed figure kind of spooks me, and they are going to switch up riders and use the Bug and Douglas. Blinkers will be added here today as well. She hasn't shown any kind of early speed in her races, so maybe with the blinkers on, that's what they're hoping for. Maybe possibly for her to go to the front end here and try and see how far she can go.
One that really struggled in Alberta last season is now here, and this is Maximum Reaction.
This sale is interesting to me because, you know, this is Century Downs where this horse is coming from and is getting demolished by 35 lengths and 46 lengths. And so you've brought her here to the biggest track in Canada, and you think she can win for 10? I mean, it would be a huge surprise if she managed to do something today. She shows a lot of works getting ready for this race. They'll add Lasix with her. They'll add blinkers as well.
Race Day Chance is the number 8, comes to the same race as your horse.
I used her because of that. You know, I mean, the last race was, I guess, the best race of her life, where she finished 3rd beaten 10. Keep in mind that the winner won by almost 6 lengths on that day. They have kept this 8 horse as, sorry, that was the 7 that they have kept as cool as possible. But this 8 is acting like an old pro here in the saddling area as well, just hanging out with Corey Jordan, getting ready to go out for the races.
So 7-1 right now on Race Day Chance, 2-1 for the 4 Lady Derails in here. A very tough way to start off the jackpot power pick 6 and the pick 5 as well. You may need to use a few different options here coming up in the second. A mile and 16th, it's coming up next.
Horse 1 Henegal on the track early. Number 1 Henegal out on the track. Call to post race 2, and the rider of 2 Alnessa is Jason Hoyt. Of 5 fully completely, Deshaun Gaskin at 120, and number 6 Don't Say a Word at 115. They're going a mile in 16. This is a maiden claiming race to commence the jackpot Power Pick 6 with a carryover of $19,147.28 and the $50,000 guaranteed Pick 5. The fillies and mares 3 and up headed to the post parade are 8 minutes from a start. Here is the field, and number 1 headed out earlier. Henegal is trained by Terry Brooker for Amplify Stables with rider Fraser Abley. 2 is Alnessa in the barn of Beverly Chubb and is owned by Walter Locke. The rider is Jason Hoyt. 3 is Flightmare with Leo Salas for Scott Fairley and Ace Racing Stable Incorporated. Horse 4 in the post parade, Lady Dayrells, is trained by Ryan Jones and is owned by Michelle Gill with Cavey Nichols. Number 5, fully completely, Dale Powell, owner-trainer. The rider, Deshaun Gaskin. Number 6, Don't Say a Word, Nick Nosawenko, owner-trainer with Christoph Douglas. 7 is Maximum Reaction. Ryan Jones trains for Sunrise Racing Incorporated. The rider is Deshaun Bino. Number 8, Race Day Chance, trained by Julie Bellumer for Robert Hardy with Corey Jordan. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Hey, what are the paramedics running, guys?
3 minutes. The starter Ian Ross calls this field to the gate, and a check of the betting sees the favoured runner as the 4, Lady Dayrells. And she's currently at even money, 5-2, Henna Gal, who's being handed across and going in. And 4-1, Flightmare, the rest double figure odds. This race starting the jackpot power pick 6 and the guaranteed $50,000 pick 5. Alnessa has come forward for Jason Hoyt to gate number 2. Further across in the gate, we have fully completely and to gate 6, don't say a word. Flightmare is set. Next along is Lady Dayrells. They're just about in. Maximum Reaction comes up and to the outside gate. Race Day Chance, stand by for a start. Race day chance. Corey Jordan goes in and the field is set to run. Off and racing, and as they break, a good beginning, Lady Dayrell's, and on the inside, Henegal. Alnessa dips out from the pack, and going forward in the centre to third is Flight Mare with fully completely the outside. A length and a half to Race Day Chance, and the widest is Maximum Reaction, and tucking in is Don't Say a Word on the Rail, and about 4 away last, now catching some ground, Alnessa. Going out in front clearly is Henegal. Shows the way by 2 lengths. Lady Dayrell's content to settle in second, and third on the inside is Flight Mare. Around goes fully completely, and back in the centre is Race Day Chance. On the inside, Don't Say a Word. A half a length away is Maximum Reaction, and last of all is Alnessa. At a modest tepid tempo in front is Henegal by over a length to Lady Dayrell's fully completely, and over on the inside remains Flight Mare. They're in the top 4 by a length to Race Day Chance. And over on the inside, Don't Say a Word. Next to last, Maximum Reaction. And still last is Alnessa. There's been no shift at all. They go inside the half mile. Henegal by over a length. Going forward in second, fully completely narrowly from Lady Dayrell's and Flight Mare. And 2 lengths away, starting a wind-up run, is Maximum Reaction on the outside, is making headway past Flight Mare as they now sprint off, heading to the 5/16. Still well behind them is Don't Say a Word and Alnessa. They come down inside that point to the quarter, and still in front of Henegal and fully completely by 2.5 to Lady Dayrell's, and running on is Maximum Reaction and Flight Mare's the centre. Don't Say a Word's tracking home pretty well on the inside and now switches to the centre, but Henegal burst away down to the final furlong, and Henegal's lead is now a sizable 4 or 5 lengths. Fully completely in second, and Henegal is just trotting away from them. Down the outside, Don't Say a Word is coming on pretty well, and Henegal getting out by about 5 lengths to the wire to score an impressive win. Henegal first, make it 4.5, fully completely second, Don't Say a Word third, and narrowly fourth, Lady Dayrell's from Race Day Chance. The time for the race, 1:48.94. Number 1 is first, Henegal. The first quarter, 24 and 2. Here are the numbers, 1, 5, 6, and a 4th placed photo. Number 1, Henegal, the winner. Second, number 5, fully completely. And third is number 6, Don't Say a Word. Again, a photo for 4th. First quarter, 24 and 2. The half a mile, 49 and 3 3/4, 1:15. They ran the mile in 1:41 and 3, and the time 1:48.94.
Go right back. Love to hear turns again. Like it.
Henegal impressive in a wire-to-wire win. Congrats going out to Amplify Stables, Terry Brooker and Fraser Abley. And she did it in fine style, the Bay filly, a 3-year-old, all the way by Code of Honor from Miss Danielle. Katie Brown and Brian Bell bred the winner in Ontario, and the favourite was the 4th place finisher, so Henegal second favourite at 6-5. And a breakthrough winner. Lady Dayrell's again 4th, so the numbers are 1, 5, 6, 4. It is official on 1, 5, 6, 4. So 2 races decided, and both winners coming with blinkers off as the gear change in those 2 races so far that have produced the winners today. Awaiting the prices on the second. $4.50 for number 1, Hennegal. A return of $9.40 for the second place finisher, number 5, fully completely in 5.20 to show. And number 6, Don't Say a Word, $14.30 to show. The 1-5 exacta, $53.10. The trifecta, $592 even. The Super 1-5, 6-4, $1,295.35. The 2 winners so far, the double 2 into 1, $24.60. 1-5 swinger, $8.25. 1-6, $13.65. The same for 5-6, $13.65. Race 2 payouts. And there is the 4th placed photo. The field is set to run. Off and racing, and as they break, a good beginning, Lady Dayrell's, and on the inside, Hennegal. Alnessa dips out from the pack, and going forward in the centre to third is Flightmare with fully completely the outside. A length and a half to Race Day Chance, and the widest is Maximum Reaction, and tucking in is Don't Say a Word on the rail, and about 4 away last, now catching some ground, Alnessa. Going out in front clearly is Hennegal. Shows the way by 2 lengths. Lady Dayrell's content to settle in second, and third on the inside is Flightmare. Around goes fully completely, and back in the centre is Race Day Chance. On the inside, Don't Say a Word. A half a length away is Maximum Reaction, and last of all is Alnessa. At a modest tepid tempo in front is Hennegal by over a length to Lady Dayrell's fully completely, and over on the inside remains Flightmare. They're in the top 4 by a length to Race Day Chance. And over on the inside, Don't Say a Word. Next to last, Maximum Reaction. And still last is Alnessa. There's been no shift at all. They go inside the half mile. Hennegal by over a length. Going forward in second, fully completely narrowly from Lady Dayrell's and Flightmare. And 2 lengths away, starting a wind-up run is Maximum Reaction on the outside, is making headway past Flightmare as they now sprint off, heading to the 5/16. Still well behind them is Don't Say a Word and Alnessa. They come down inside that point to the quarter, and still in front of Hennegal and fully completely by 2.5 to Lady Dayrell's, and running on is Maximum Reaction and Flightmare's the centre. Don't Say a Word's tracking home pretty well on the inside and now switches to the centre, but Hennegal burst away down to the final furlong, and Hennegal's lead is now a sizable 4 or 5 lengths. Fully completely in second, and Hennegal is just trotting away from them. Down the outside, Don't Say a Word is coming on pretty well, and Hennegal getting out by about 5 lengths to the wire to score an impressive win. Hennegal first, make it 4.5, fully completely second. Don't Say a Word third, and narrowly fourth, Lady Dayrell's from Race Day Chance. The time for the race, 1:48.94. There's a look at the finish order, race 2. What of the third race? Race 3 is clear of changes. No changes, race 3 in 19 minutes time. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Senegal just keeps on going on the front end and breaks through for that elusive maiden victory. Now we look ahead to race number 3, going 3/4 of a mile, 25,000 claimers, and it's the lone clocker horse in this race that has taken all the support, and that is Rock Hard Rose off a booming win last time out. I think the price will come up on that one, but certainly this is interesting early money on the shoulders of Rock Hard Rose. Here's a look at the one. This is Prima. Now, John Mattini's barn got off to a great start, then they had a lull, and now they're starting to get right back up again, too. So you want to jump on the wave while it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. They won a big race last week, and you're right. Like, the first 3 weeks of the meet, they couldn't go wrong. Anything that they were sending out was winning, and then it seemed to really dry up for a while, but now they're heating up again, and Prima is a horse who we're kind of used to seeing as a speed player in races, but lately has kind of changed things up a little here and there with her style. She makes the switch back over to the main track, and on the main track we generally see her show a little bit of early zip. It's, you know, that last race on the turf where she wasn't able to get to the front end, but she still was able to close up a little bit of ground. 14-1 the price. Fraser Abley just guided Henna Gal to a really magnificent win back in the second race on the program. He's looking for back-to-back victories.
Part of a couple of winners on the week last week, and it wrapped up with Master Steel in the 7th race last Sunday. Here's a look at the number 2. This is Dance to the Rhythm. If you're not familiar with the gentleman putting the finishing touches on this horse, that's Mark Fournier. He used to have a highly successful barn down at Fort Erie. Then he tried to expand here at Woodbine, and he did well, but now he's only playing with a couple of horses right now.
I kind of like what he's doing too, Jeff, because, you know, he doesn't want to have a big outfit. He just wants to focus on a few horses and have some fun. The crew that's been with him, you know, he doesn't need a big crew, so you're not talking about a big payroll that you have to worry about as well. The only thing, and I've brought this up so many times, is that ship from Fort Erie to Woodbine. So, you know, it's a hot day to ship today, and I did read some comments on social media for some other owners that had sent horses from Fort Erie to Woodbine, and they did say that the ship was kind of exhausting because they sweat so much in that trailer. So it's pretty warm out today with the Humidex. It's about 35, and this horse is coming back off of 30 days. So they claim the horse for 25, and they've waited the 30 days, which isn't uncommon around these parts because they're running back for the same tag. You're going to find another horse similar with the 4 in this spot too.
Well, Rock Hard Rose has had a busy campaign, but she's still going pretty good at this point, that's for sure. She's coming off a booming win.
Yeah, you'd think she'd start to get a little tired because she really didn't take much of a break. She raced at Charlestown after she was racing here last season. Then she went to Penn on a stop-off to Woodbine to get a nice win. And you'd think that May 2nd win was likely because she had a bit of a fitness edge. Obviously, she'd been racing throughout the winter months. And you brought up a good point earlier on in the program today, too. They've really been shopping around for races for her. This is the dash they've found. $25,000 is the price.
Number 4 is Rodeo, back under the tutelage of Donnie McRae in here, and they have waited the 30 days.
Exactly. So similar to the 2. The difference is that Verdejo goes back and forth between Eddie Catryan or Donnie McRae. And, it's like a toss of the coin whether or not Eddie's here with a claim slip filled out to take this horse back. But they've waited the 30 days. The last race was a good one. This horse had a really good closing kick on that day, got swung to the outside and really started to make up ground, finishing 3rd behind Per Factor. They've gone back to work with this mare as well. She has worked 3 times since the race, sharpened up here with Hernandez aboard. And I think Hernandez might have had some choices in here, and he opts to go to the 4.
Rocket Riley was very fortunate to get a win through disqualification earlier on this season, and they are moving this horse up from a 15.
Yeah, and that 15 was not so great. Again, the 25 makes you think it might be a bit of a tough spot. Now, the day that the horse got moved up through a DQ, the winner has since come back to destroy a field when having the comeback effort. But I just can't see it here today, unfortunately, Jeff.
What about Genius of Love?
Yeah.
Like, the figure came back good last time out. The horse did it the right way, but not taking any action right now.
And sometimes you look at those and you go, well, who was she in against? Well, the second place finisher is a solid horse. She's high maintenance and offered up for 25, so they're not protecting her here today. They did take her for $15,000, so she's still racing for higher than what she was claimed for. And it's, again, kind of glaring when you see that she was racing last year and winning for $7,500, and here she is maybe a possible contender for $25,000.
Hard to capture a wide journey last time out, but a successful journey to victory.
Yep, with Sky Chernet's aboard. She's back aboard again today. Can she give us 2 big ones in a row? We will find out, but they're moving this horse up as well.
So there's a look at Hard to Capture. Let's get to the 2 outside horses here. We'll start off with one that I thought would take a lot of money in here. Not the case though right now with more money, honey.
That sounds like a broken record, because in the first race we said, look at this Tired horse, 8-1, not taking a lot of support. Watch the tote board. Same thing, you get Hall of Famer Josie Carroll, 8-1, not taking a lot of support for More Money Honey, who makes the comeback. Only had that one race back on May the 15th, and then looks like, again, they've gone back to work. There's a number of morning drills, especially at 5/8 of a mile. So, trying to tighten the screws on this one here today. Now, she does lose Rafael Hernandez to the 4 for Verdejo, but she picks up Ryan Munger, and she does very well with Ryan Munger. They click at a 28% average. Looks to be one of the speed horses in this race, and we'll try and steal it.
Super Sicily back in for 25. The last time that we saw that, Lisa, was a winner.
Exactly. So, she won for a quarter. Then they tried the allowance, and that was just too tough. And behind horses like Speedy Freeze. Speedy Freeze has been a past stakes winner here, and now offered back down to Reality for $25,000, a price that she can win for. 7-1 the price on this one, with Leo Salas back aboard.
So we're going to wrap up the first pick 3 of the day here. Still to come is the split of race number 1, which will go as race number 4, and that will start off the pick 4. But Ernie Perry, his lone clocker horse for today, opened up as the favorite, starting to float up a little bit. Currently at odds of 9-5. Good luck with how you see our next race here from Toronto.
Call to post race 3. And there are no changes headed to the 6 furlongs. This race is for fillies and mares, 3 and up. 8 minutes. Here is the field in the post. Parade 1 is Prima, Fraser Abley, the rider for RCC Racing Stable Limited, and John Mattini. 2 is Dance to the Rhythm. Pietro Morin is the rider for Marc Fournier, and owners Tonya, Orth, Dean Zaniel, David Green, and Mamba 8 Racing. 3 is Rock Hard Rose. Emma Jane Wilson on board for Stephen Cherkop, who is part owner with Jill Frost. 4 Verdejo. Don McRae training for Heritage Hill Farm and DMAC Racing Stable Incorporated with Rafael Hernandez. Number 5 is Rocket Riley for Kater Platursky, trained by Dom Platursky with Romero Mirage. Alpine Stable Limited, owners of 6 Genius of Love, Christoph Douglas riding, and the trainer Hannah Sprenger. Number 7, Hard to Capture, with Sky Chanet's riding for Devin Gittins as owner and trainer. Descola Boys Stable have number 8, More Money Honey, trainer Josie Carroll, jockey Ryan Munger. And Mike DePolo is the owner and trainer of number 9, Super Sicily, with rider Leo Sales. Post time in 5 minutes, race 3. 3 minutes to place your bets, 3 minutes to a start race 3. Fillies and Mares headed behind the starting gate. A check of the betting, and favoured is the 4, and that is Verdejo. And coming forward for a start, the first along, loading now, is Prima. Going into gate 5, Rocket Riley. Next up is Genius of Love. Dance to the Rhythm. On the move to gate 2. Hard to Capture has gone up, and More Money Honey still out behind the start. Dance to the Rhythm. More Money Honey for Ryan Munger, gate 8. So needing to budge. Horse 2 here. Dance to the Rhythm, gradually being coaxed forward. So in the betting, second favourite is number 3, Rock Hard Rose at 7-2. And Super Sicily's 4-1, now 7-2. And out to 7s for Dance to the Rhythm, More Money Honey. Beautifully turned out. Where the ears pricked is Rock Hard Rose. She will be up to the line next. Rock Hard Rose, the ride here for Emma Jane as they move in. Verdejo. And to the outside gate, Super Sicily for the start. At gate 9, Leo Salas completes the lineup. They're set to run, all in the gate, locked up. Off they race, and Starter got them out beautifully. Hard to Capture, More Money Honey, the best into stride. Going through is Prima, just in front, a wall of them there, including Rock Hard Rose. And pushing up is Rocket Riley and Genius of Love. And just in the center, Verdejo stays handy in the middle of the pack. And over on the inside, threading through is Dance to the Rhythm. And in a bunched affair, it's Super Sicily at the back. No distinct leader, but Rock Hard Rose getting out now by almost 3/4 of a length to Prima and More Money Honey. 3 or 4 across the track almost, with Genius of Love around in the center, Rocket Riley, and tucked up on the inside, Verdejo. Only about 3 off the lead, trying to angle off the inside. And around them goes Hard to Capture, sweeping home for Sky Chanet's. Back second last is Super Sicily. And tucked up on the inside is Dance to the Rhythm, but going away is Rock Hard Rose. Running up second, Prima. Off the track, Genius of Love. And down the outside, Hard to Capture. Verdejo presented with a rails run as Prima comes after the leader. As they come down the stretch, Rock Hard Rose in front of Prima. Hard to Capture finishing well. And now Super Sicily over the top of them. Super Sicily right down the outside, racing after Rock Hard Rose. And down the outside, coming on strongly, it's Rock Hard Rose. Rock Hard Rose had enough up the sleeve to beat Super Sicily by a half a length. Third, Hard to Capture. Behind them, either Verdejo or Prima, and the time 1:11.67. Three, 9, 7, 1. The unofficial order, it's 3 Rock Hard Rose over 9 Super Sicily, 7 Hard to Capture and 1 Prima. First quarter in 23 and 1. A half a mile, 46 and 4. And 59 flat for the 5/8. The time for the race is 1:11.67. Rock Hard Rose continues on her winning way, not only back-to-back wins, this is her third success this campaign and takes her tally from 21 lifetime to 5 wins. She's been a model of consistency with 4 seconds as well as 5/3, but she's a bit of a win machine this season, and what a beautifully turned out horse, and she lived right up to that. Stephen Chirkop, the winning trainer. Stephen Chirkop and Jill Frost, winning owners. Emma Jane Wilson, her sole ride for today is a winning one. And she did it in style on the Bay 4-year-old filly by Cantharos from Rock Hard Vixen. And Gary Broad, Walmack Farm LLC, bred the winner in Kentucky, Rock Hard Rose. A very nice payout too, in a wide betting race in the end, and it was $10.30 for the win for number 3, Rock Hard Rose, $4.90 and $4.20, and number 9, Super Sicily, $4.20, $3.30, 7 Hard to Capture, $6.80, Exacta, $3.9, $53.40, and the Try, $3.97, $193.50. In the Super number 1 fourth, $877.90. The 1-3 double has paid $31.60 and the pick 3, 2-1-3, $87.50. Swinger 3-9, $5.55, 3-7, $13.95 and 7-9, $15.85. Payouts on the third. Fun, all in the gate, locked up. Off they race, and Starter got them out beautifully. Hard to capture, more money. Honey the best into stride. Going through is Prima, just in front, a wall of them there, including Rock Hard Rose. And pushing up is Rocket Riley and Genius of Love. And just in the center, Verdejo stays handy in the middle of the pack. And over on the inside, threading through is Dance to the Rhythm. And in a bunched affair, it's Super Sicily at the back. No distinct leader, but Rock Hard Rose getting out now by almost 3/4 of a length to Prima and More Money Honey. 3 or 4 across the track almost, with Genius of Love around in the center, Rocket Riley, and tucked up on the inside, Verdejo. Only about 3 off the lead, trying to angle off the inside. And around them goes Hard to Capture, sweeping home for Sky Chanet's. Back second last is Super Sicily. And tucked up on the inside is Dance to the Rhythm, but going away is Rock Hard Rose. Running up second, Prima. Off the track, Genius of Love. And down the outside, Hard to Capture. Verdejo presented with a rails run as Prima comes after the leader. As they come down the stretch, Rock Hard Rose in front of Prima. Hard to Capture finishing well. And now Super Sicily over the top of them. Super Sicily right down the outside, racing after Rock Hard Rose. And down the outside, coming on strongly, it's Rock Hard Rose. Rock Hard Rose had enough up the sleeve to beat Super Sicily by a half a length. Third, Hard to Capture behind them, either Verdejo or Prima, and the time 1:11.67. Had a look at the finish order. That was the Clocker Report's single tout of the day and was a winner in Rock Hard Rose. There are a couple of claims, and one of them is Verdejo, who's gone from the barn of Don McRae to Mike Mattini for Carlo D'Amato, and Super Sicily from Mike DiPaolo to Anthony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. Onto the inner turf again, and this will be race 4. And here are the changes. 2 Blameless Ghost. Romero Mirage has the ride. 4 Black Goddess to be ridden by Christoph Douglas. Post time in 21 minutes for the 4th.
Good night at the office for Emma Wilson. 1 minute and 11 seconds worth of work, and you call it a night, and you're a perfect 1 for 1. As Rock Hard Rose, I guess, you know, in hindsight, I had the horse fourth. I had the 9 on top in there who finished in second. But the fact, as you said, they were shopping around for a spot, maybe so they didn't lose her, but not too tough of a spot, and they found the right sweet spot here today.
Sure worked out, didn't it? And then here you go. Carlo D'Amato takes back Verdejo, but for a different trainer this time, Mike Mattini, and looks like Adamo's got a nice horse with Super Sicily. That horse ran too good to lose.
Fourth race will be the split of race number 1. We're going 7.5. This is 25,000 claimer in here, and it is for 3-year-olds or for 4-year-olds and up that are non-winners of 3 races. And here's a look at the 1, and this is Worry Less for Conditioner Beth Chubb.
So this horse was last seen going 5/8 on the turf course and ended up closing up some ground on that day to finish in the 4th place spot. The race prior was on the main track and finished 3rd too. So I think we're getting close to getting into the winner's circle with this mare this season. She is a little older now, 6 years old, lightly raced, just 21 lifetime starts here today. She gets Juan Crawford, which is always a good thing because obviously he gets along quite well with her. When she was last seen winning, she did it up on the front end, but you know, there's quite a bit of speed in this race. We talked about it before, so I don't know if she's best to go to the front or if she's best to sit just off of it.
Blameless Ghost is the number 2. I remember when they acquired this horse back in 2024, ran a few good races for the New Connections, but ever since then, it's just tailed off.
It never won for the New Connections, though, after being claimed for $40,000. And now they'll take the plunge down to $25,000. You got to try and make some money with this mare here. Last year, you know, she only made $2,700. This year, she's just, you know, picked up a small check. Blinkers will come off here today. They'll switch up riders. Now, they did have Sahin named. Sahin is not riding tonight, so it's Romero Mirage to ride second start off the layoff.
Is the 3 Moonlit Promises the speed of the speed in here?
That's what I'm thinking, but
oh, somebody's loose in the walking ring.
we've just heard the 3 is loose in the walking ring. Oh, that's not good, Jeffy.
So this is not good.
No.
This is, we had another one of these about.
We have had a few of these.
Yeah.
This season, and then you got to worry about those reins too. And Jesus, don't try and jump that rail because that just wouldn't be fun. She'd end up in the casino in the slots.
This they got the pony up there, but I don't know if that's going to matter or not. But we'll keep you posted on the 3.
Yeah,
it depends. Now, how about even if they catch the horse, Elisa? You know, from a betting point
I think
of
they
view.
got her right there. Yep, she came right back to her groom. She's like,
so
what?
okay.
So how much did she really exert?
Exactly. That's the question.
And did she hurt herself? Obviously, the vet will have a little look at her too. And for her to be saddled outside, you already know that she's a little special, right? That. So we'll get back to her once we find out more about her as well.
There's look at the 3. So Husband Collards. She was obviously getting hot to begin with. You know, she's got her neck's got a little sweat on her, right? And they had the pony up there already.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like she's already given us signs that she's, a little hot-headed. But I can see the vet going out right now.
This is mandatory when something like this happens. The vet's got to come out and take a look. So that's exactly what they're going to do. The number 4 is Black Goddess. And one-time winner facing a bunch of 2-time winners.
This is too tough, I think, for her today. Like, when she did win last season, it was against Maidens for 10, and she went straight to the front and kept on going. She's tried to go to the front this season as well and against lower-price claimers, and it hasn't materialized. Blinkers go on here today and get Chris Douglas aboard. What do you see now?
The 3 is going to be scratched, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Just had an incident in the walking ring. The 3 horse will be scratched out of this race. The number 5 is Anita Margarita, and Anita Margarita is coming off a 6th place finish last time out.
And so she showed speed in her race, but that was going 2 turns, 1 mile and a 16th. She will go 2 turns today at 7.5 furlongs. They'll add blinkers, so you might even see some more speed from her here today, currently at odds of 8-1.
So I imagine we're going to be under a bit of a delay here as well.
Yeah.
The number 6 is Texas Holiday, and Steve Bryant will send out this one.
I would say this is a claim that hasn't worked out. They took her for 40. She didn't run big in that $40,000 claiming race the day they took her. They tried the A other then. That was just too tough. She scores a 0 buyer speed figure. She's never done that in her life. And now she's offered up for $25,000. I don't even know if for $25,000 we can rely on her here today, but she does get Fraser Abley aboard. It's just the last race is not a good one.
Lady on the Nile is in a bit of a purple patch right now, Lisa. Back-to-back wins.
And ever since she got her feet onto the turf course, she has become a whole different animal with a couple of nice victories. She broke her maiden and then came back to win a 25 non-winners 2. You know, Pietro Moran's going to ride her here today. What's interesting about that is that Fraser does not ride this horse, and he's been aboard for the 2 wins. He goes to the 6, who in my mind is a little questionable, but maybe he knows something I don't. And then Lady on the Nile is like a horse who could come from off of the pace. So you get speed from maybe Texas Holiday, speed from Anita Margarita, maybe some other speed in here, and it could just set up perfectly for the 7 to come from off of the pace.
And I'm hoping that's the case with the 8 Verana. You know, I hope that there's enough speed for this one to run at.
Same thing, yeah, because they're kind of the same type of horse, right? So Verana protected for her first start back, but when she got her onto the turf, she was able to get a really nice win. I think she's a horse who's, you know, she's good on both surfaces, but I think turf is maybe her preferred surface, and 5 to 1 the price.
So we are going to be under a delay in here, and no official word as of yet, but I can tell you for sure the 3 is going to be scratched.
Yeah.
I don't know why the horse is still on the board at this point, but we will keep you I'll keep you updated rather on the situation, but the 3 will be scratched here from race number 4.
And word just in from the stewards that is, as Jeff mentioned, would be a scratch is a scratch. So now confirming that number 3, Moonlight Promises, is officially out by order of the stewards on vet advice. A vet scratch. Please mark your program. Number 3 is out. Moonlight Promises. Call to post race 4 and the late scratch. Number 3, Moonlight Promises, a vet scratch. The rider of 2, Blameless Ghost, Romero Mirage. 4, Black Goddess, Christoph Douglas. This race on the bet 365 in a turf coming up in 4 minutes is at 7 1/2 furlongs for fillies who are 3 years of age or fillies and mares 4 and up, and then on winners of 3, 7 1/2 furlongs on the inner turf. Here is the field in the post parade for the 4th. Number 1, Worry Less, with Juan Crawford riding for Beverly Chubb and the ownership of Wayne Levy and Beverly Chubb. Number 2 is Blameless Ghost, with Romero Mirage on board for Deborah Erat and Peter Berenger. 3 is a scratch. 4, Black Goddess, Diva Stables owner and trained by Carlton Teep, rider Christoph Douglas. Number 5, Anita Margarita, Nick Nosowenko owner trainer, jockey Ryan Munger. Number 6, Texas Holiday for Bruno Schickedans, Steve Bryant and Fraser Abley. Tucci Stables, owners of 7, Lady on the Nile, trained by Sid Attard with Pietro Morin. And number 8 is Varana, who's owned by MDL Racing, Paul Cooper and Sarah Ritchie, trainer Sarah Ritchie, and the rider Luis Contreras. This field going onto the bet 365 in a turf shortly. Race 4 in 2 minutes. Moving across now to the Bet365 Inner Turf for the start of the fourth race, where we have 5-2 for both numbers 6 Texas Holiday and 7 Lady on the Nile. Now 2-1 for Texas Holiday. Then out to odds of 9-2 or 3-1 for number 2 Blameless Ghost and 9-2 Verana. So they're coming up. For the inside position here, Worry Less draws gate 1. The late scratch is Moonlight Promises as a vet scratch. Moving together to the line are Worry Less and Anita Margarita. Blameless Ghost for the barn of Peter Berenger. Going in now to gate 2. Along to gate 4, Black Goddess. Next up is Texas Holiday. Here's the ride here for Fraser Abley. Black Goddess going in, and deeper out on the track is Lady on the Nile, looking for 3 in a row. And Verana coming up to the outside gate. A last start winner, stand by for a start. Set to run, all in and locked up. Off they race, and a good start in the center. Away well, Black Goddess, Anita Margarita, but coming through for the lead on the inside is Worry Less from Blameless Ghost, and shooting up to third is Texas Holiday, now contesting the leader. And as they go out the stretch, on the outside of them is Lady on the Nile. At second last on the rails, Black Goddess after beginning well, and last a length away is Verana, and about 7 lengths covers the field, and getting out in front is the grey. Worry Less, 2 lengths to Texas Holiday, a length to Blameless Ghost, and a half away of 3/4 Anita Margarita, 1.5 to Lady on the Nile, and Black Goddess on the inside. The trailer is Verana. Up the backstretch in front, and Worry Less shows the way by a length and a quarter. Lying in second, Texas Holiday, staying very handy, and 2 lengths away third, a Blameless Ghost and Anita Margarita. A wider trip today, Lady on the Nile coming up 3 wide. A length and a half away is Black Goddess, and starting to stoke the 5, Verana. They start to bunch as well as they head off towards the 3/8, and Worry Less by a length and a half, Texas Holiday. Going up to share third, Lady on the Nile and Blameless Ghost on the rail, losing some ground as Lady on the Nile continues a sweeping move forward, and running home is Verana around the extreme outside with a good run. And now comes 4 wide as they corner, Worry Less in front. Going up to tackle is Lady on the Nile, Verana down the outside, the rails Blameless Ghost, Texas Holiday dipped out, and coming to the front, Lady on the Nile. She knows how to win. Can she hold on here? Verana's the threat, and Verana a last start winner, as is Lady on the Nile. Will battle it out. Lady on the Nile in front, Verana coming on gradually. Lady on the Nile. Lady on the Nile goes to a third in a row. 3/4 to Verana, 4 lengths to Worry Less, then Anita Margarita and Blameless Ghost. And well back behind them, Texas Holiday, and last Black Goddess. 1:30.35. First quarter in 24, the half mile 48 and 1, and 3/4 112 and 2. 7/8 124, the time 1:30.35. 7-8-1 and a fourth place photo. The winner is 7 Lady on the Nile. Not once in her last 3 wins, including today, has she been favored. Second is number 8 Verana. Third is 1 Worry Less. A photo for fourth. Two is fourth Blameless Ghost. 7-8-1-2, the top 4.
Okay. Listen, we got a nice prep window, okay? Okay, bye, thanks.
Here is Lady on the Nile returning to a familiar setting, the winner's circle. She is now a three-time winner, a consecutive three-time winner. And congratulations to Sittard with a training double tonight, to Tucci Stables, the winning owners. Another success for Pietra Moran, and this chestnut 4-year-old filly in the purple patch. She's by 1,000 Words from Run, Lady Run. And Elise Kendall and Scott Kendall bred the winner in Kentucky, Lady on the Nile. A really nice payout too, $9.30 for the winner, $4.50 and $2.80. A good run by Varana, $6.20 and $3.70 in that exacta. 7-8 has returned, $34.20. Trifecta, $107.85. And the Super, $255.30 with number 2 in fourth. A consolation double, 3-3, $11.80. The winners, 3-7, $52 even. 137, the pick 3, $184.60. 7-8 swinger, $340. 1-7, $480, and 1-8, $565. They're the fourth race payouts. Look at the fourth placed photo. Set to run, all in and locked up. Off their race and a good start in the centre. Away well Black Goddess, Anita Margarita, but coming through for the lead on the inside is Worry Less from Blameless Ghost, and shooting up to third is Texas Holiday, now contesting the leader. And as they go out the stretch, on the outside of them is Lady on the Nile. At second last on the rails, Black Goddess after beginning well, and last a length away is Varana, and about 7 lengths covers the field, and getting out in front is the grey. Worry Less, 2 lengths to Texas Holiday, a length to Blameless Ghost, and a half away of 3/4 Anita Margarita, 1.5 to Lady on the Nile, and Black Goddess on the inside. The trailer is Varana. Up the backstretch in front, and Worry Less shows the way by a length and a quarter. Lying in second, Texas Holiday, staying very handy, and 2 lengths away third, a Blameless Ghost and Anita Margarita. A wider trip today, Lady on the Nile coming up 3 wide. A length and a half away is Black Goddess, and starting to stoke the 5, Varana. They start to bunch as well as they head off towards the 3/8, and Worry Less by a length and a half, Texas Holiday. Going up to share third, Lady on the Nile and Blameless Ghost on the rail, losing some ground as Lady on the Nile continues a sweeping move forward, and running home is Varana around the extreme outside with a good run. And now comes 4 wide as they corner, Worry Less in front. Going up to tackle is Lady on the Nile, Varana down the outside, the rails Blameless Ghost, Texas Holiday dipped out, and coming to the front, Lady on the Nile. She knows how to win. Can she hold on here? Varana's the threat, and Varana a last start winner, as is Lady on the Nile. Will battle it out. Lady on the Nile in front, Varana coming on gradually. Lady on the Nile. Lady on the Nile goes to a third in a row. 3/4 to Varana, 4 lengths to Worry Less, then Anita Margarita and Blameless Ghost. And well back behind them, Texas Holiday and last Black Goddess. 1:30.35. Fourth race finish order. As we come to race 5, do note the rider change. Number 1, Sirius Green to Austin Adams with a corrected weight of 125 with 21 minutes to the start of the 5th.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Lady on the Nile gets the old purple patch reference, courtesy of one of Robert Geller, and that could not be more appropriate as she has confidence at an all-time high. You might be able to run her in the EP Taylor right now. That's how good she is.
What a great day for Sinatard and Pietro Moran. That's their second winner on today's program.
5th race will give you your last chance to play a pick 3. We're going 6, 7,500 claimers, non-winners of 2. I thought the 1 and the 6 would be vying for favoritism here. Not the case, though. 6 is the decisive favorite right now, but we're going to start off with Sirius Green. Make the rider here now Austin Adams off. Not a bad run last time out.
Yeah, and a 3rd place finish in behind Jinx Me. So if you like Jinx Me, then maybe take a look at the 1 horse to round out your exacta or your try. 5-1 is the price. As you mentioned, you get that rider change over to Austin Adams, who has ridden this horse in the past. And the day that Austin actually rode her back in 2025, she had a huge closing effort on that day. She's not necessarily a horse who wants to be up on the point, but she likes to be close to the early pace.
Amis Cry on June the 6th failed to finish in a race, and then was a vet scratch for 7,500 on July the 19th, and now resurfaces.
I know. So there's not a lot to really get too excited about, with the exception of the horse coming out of a Hall of Fame barn. Now, there is a work since, and the work is a good one, a half and 48-1, which kind of indicates that all systems are go. They obviously had to give this horse a lot of time because she bled in that start back on the 30th, and she needs a lot of time to recover. I think we just watch her here today and see if she at least gives us a better effort.
I know it wasn't a quickly run affair, but man, from a visual point of view, Rio Amazing came from the clouds to win that last race.
Yeah, she mowed down the field, and she's out there with the pony right now. And you're right. I mean, maybe it wasn't the toughest of maidens for 10, but still, it's the way that she did it that was so impressive. Leo just can't have her too far off of it here today. It's 3/4 yet again, but I wouldn't want to sit too far back. At least we'll probably get speed from a horse like Seeking Magic, and really maybe Amy's Cry if she's cranked up fully for this race. But watch for a big closing effort from the 3 Royal Amazing.
Now we get to the private purchase since that last start. This is One Happy Wabbit.
So I find this purchase kind of interesting for a number of reasons. But, you know, Dave Cody obviously sold this horse to Devin Gittins, who owns the horse now. And I haven't seen too many that Devin owns. So there's obviously something here that Devin likes to make the purchase for himself. The other interesting thing is that Sky Chernetz, who'd been the regular rider all along for Dave Cody, is going to be named to ride this horse here today, now into the Devin Gittins outfit. Now, this is a rider that Devin uses quite often. Same can be said for Dave Cody. She's the go-to rider in that barn. But I'm kind of excited to see what we get from this horse here today. The horse hasn't been in his care for very long, so it doesn't appear that he's making any major changes here today, but I still think that this could be a sneaky play.
Seeking Magic is a number 5. The drop should only help, I would think.
Right, because, you know, she broke her maiden for 10 with Leo Salas, similar to the 3-horse Royal Amazing, broke her maiden for 10, and they tried the 15 non-2. It was just way too tough for her here today. She got demolished, and now she's back where I think she should be. You and I kind of agree on this. If you break your maiden for 10, basically you should come back in a 75 non-winners at 2, and that's what they're doing today.
And it's hard to find in some races like this, but this one is coming off of back-to-back good races, and this is the number 6, and this is Jinx Me for Jason Morocco.
Is she outside?
Probably.
No, she's inside. This is a rarity for Jason Morocco. He normally likes to take all his horses outside. You can see she's got the turf shields on as well. Now, things are getting better for her. She started off for 15 this season. She's 3rd. She comes back for 75, like Jason isn't wasting any time, comes back for 75 and finishes a really game 2nd. If we're moving up the ladder here today, we've gone from a 3rd to a 2nd to hopefully the winner's circle.
And runners up call has been given, and we have half a dozen here to start off the late pick 3, as it is coming up as race number 5, and we have a series of plays here. It's a pick 3, races 5, 6, and 7. Well, first we'll start off with Ron's best bet. He's going towards Serious Green right now at 7-2.
Call to post as they come to the 5th today with a rider change on 1, Sirius Green, to Austin Adams, a corrected weight of 125. 9 minutes away from the start. They'll go 6 furlongs, a conditional claimer for fillies and mares who are 3 and up and non-winners of 2. On the way to the post parade. In the post parade, here's the field. Number 1, Sirius Green. Owners are Archie Lee and Rodney Barrow, who is the trainer, and the rider is Austin Adams. Number 2 is Amise Cry, who's trained by Robert Tiller for Jacob S. Bartley with Christoph Douglas. 3, Rio Amazing, in the barn of Pat Parente for Kowloon Tong Racing Stable Incorporated. Jockey Leo Sales. Devin Gittins, owner-trainer of 4, One Happy Wabbit, the rider Sky Chanetz. 5, Seeking Magic, is trained by Abraham Katrayan, Newman Katrayan owner, and the rider Romero Mirage. Ludovino Ferreira is the owner of number 6, Jinx Me, with Jason Morocco, the trainer, and the rider Daisuke Fukumoto. Post time in 6 minutes, race 5 at 6 furlongs. 3 minutes to place your bets, 3 minutes to post time. As they head to the start, the favourite runner is 6 Jinx Me at 3-2. 7-2 Serious Green and 4-1 for Rio Amazing. 1 Happy Wabbit. Now 9-2 apiece, and they're coming up. They're going for the distance here, 6 furlongs as we get to the start of the 5th. So we have half of the image of Woodbine. On one side, the sun has broken through with a rainbow. On the other, it's cloudy and clearing. So maybe the worst has passed. They're moving up. Serious Green going forward. We did have steady rain for a bit there. Serious Green to the rail. Going in is Amis Cry. The ride for Christoph Douglas for the barn of Robert Tiller. Waiting is Serious Green, and Austin Adams will come back up. Serious Green with the rail has now settled. Amis Cry to gate 2. Very visually impressive, and last start win was Rio Amazing. Has come up here at odds of 9-2. 1 Happy Wabbit to gate 4. Seeking Magic to gate 5. And last along is Jinx Me, as the Chestnut filly goes in, and the field is now set to run. In the gate, they were all in and locked up. Off they run, and Jinx Me won the start from the outside, going for the lead, Seeking Magic, and driving through in the center is Amis Cry, and that trio come out with Seeking Magic prominent. On the inside, Amis Cry coming within a half a length and a half away, Jinx Me, and 2 back to Serious Green, 1 Happy Wabbit, and last, Rio Amazing with speed to target. But out in front together, Amis Cry on the inside, a slender lead through on the rail. In second, Seeking Magic, and 2 lengths away is Jinx Me. Up on the rails goes Serious Green, and 1 Happy Wabbit takes off 3 wide, and 5 away last is Rio Amazing in the first quarter. A fast one, 22-3. Amis Cry taken on by Jinx Me's wasted no time to hit the front, and 1 Happy Wabbit attacking on the outside. Serious Green's running on past Seeking Magic, and now Rio Amazing's caught the field and is winding up again. Here comes Rio Amazing. But as they turn for home, it's 1 Happy Wabbit, and on the inside, Jinx Me, then Serious Green. Rio Amazing's trying to come on, but has flattened a bit. And on the outside, One Happy Wabbit from Jinx Me. Up the rails goes Sirius Green. One Happy Wabbit in front. Sirius Green picking away. Jinx Me still laboring in the center. Sirius Green, the danger on the inside, is coming after One Happy Wabbit. One Happy Wabbit in front, and it is Sky Chanet's One Happy Wabbit from Sirius Green. In third, Jinx Me, and then Rio Amazing. 1:12.28. Opening quarter in 22 and 3, the half a mile, 46 and 2 and 58 and 3 for 5/8. The time 1:12.28. The winner is 4, One Happy Wabbit. Second, 1, Sirius Green. Third, 6, Jinx Me. And fourth, 3, Rio Amazing. 4, 1, 6, 3, the top 4. Back to the winners list today is One Happy Wabbit. The 3-year-old Bay filly in what is a second career victory here today is by Run Happy from Faith and Honor. Bred in Kentucky at Sun Valley Farm, it's Devin Gittins with the winning One Happy Wabbit. He is the owner and trainer and ridden to victory by Sky Chanet's. And you should be happy with the return. $17 even for number 4. One Happy Wabbit went off at 7-1. $6.50 to place, $3.40 to show, and that was the return for number 1 to place, Sirius Green, $3.40. That exacta for 1, $40.80. The try, $49.25, and the super, $112.20 for numbers 4, 1, 6, 3. The double 7, 4, $131 even, and the pick 3. 374, $559.50. In the swinger, 14280, 46285, and 16 $1.45. Race 5 payouts. And that was the top pick in the journal, so a very nice return there at 17 even. Off they run, and Jinx Me won the start from the outside, going for the lead, Seeking Magic, and driving through in the centre is Amise Cry, and that trio come out with Seeking Magic prominent. On the inside, Amise Cry coming within a length and a half away, Jinx Me, and two back to Sirius Green, one Happy Wabbit, and last, Rio Amazing with speed to target. But out in front together, Amise Cry on the inside, a slender lead through on the rail. In second, Seeking Magic, and 2 lengths away is Jinx Me. Up on the rails goes Sirius Green, and one Happy Wabbit takes off 3 wide, and 5 away last is Rio Amazing in the first quarter. A fast one, 22 and 3. Amise Cry taken on by Jinx Me's wasted no time to hit the front, and one Happy Wabbit attacking on the outside. Sirius Green's running on past Seeking Magic, and now Rio Amazing's caught the field and is winding up again. Here comes Rio Amazing. But as they turn for home, it's one Happy Wabbit, and on the inside, Jinx Me, then Sirius Green. Rio Amazing's trying to come on, but has flattened a bit. And on the outside, one Happy Wabbit from Jinx Me. Up the rails goes Sirius Green. One Happy Wabbit in front. Sirius Green picking away. Jinx Me still labouring in the centre. Sirius Green, the danger on the inside, is coming after one Happy Wabbit. One Happy Wabbit in front, and it is Sky Chanet's one Happy Wabbit from Sirius Green. In third, Jinx Me, and then Rio Amazing. 1:12:28. The run through. Jinx Me has been claimed from race 5, goes from the barn of Jason Morocco to Joe Humber for Robert Elkins. On to race 6, where number 6, Hardy Christini, is to be ridden by Deshaun Gaskin with a corrected weight of 120. 19 minutes away.
The Private Purchase wins right off the bat and does so at a good number to start off the late pick 3. The 6th race will be at 7 furlongs, main 15,000 claimers. Got a field of 6 in here. And the inside runner taking the bulk of the support, which isn't all that surprising, that being Tan Toast. In fact, we'll start off with that one. I like the horse for 2 different reasons, Lisa. First of all, I think the horse is perfectly marketed here today. But secondly, if you look back at that most recent race, that Let's Go Super ran off the screen on that day for Gail Cox.
That's true. So you get that frame of reference. And look, Rachel Halton isn't known for having claimers in her barn. She's known for having allowance and stake horses in her outfit. So this one just doesn't really fit the bill. So we'll try and get the maiden score out of the way here today on the drop. And it's been a steady decline from 40 in for 25, now in for $15,000. The horse does stand out here because of those references. A, to Let's Go Super, and the other one to Angel Daniela, who's a nice horse from the Cittadard barn, who's had a couple of wins so far this season as well.
Some fans taking some pictures of the 2, that being Heart Tap. And I wonder in hindsight, Elisa, if her size is maybe her own worst enemy.
I wonder too. You've mentioned, how big she is. And I can think of a whole bunch of big horses here. And it's like things don't really start to work out for them until they get a little older, 5, 6 years old, and really grow into their body. But the other thing that's interesting with this horse is the big drop. So we're dropping from maiden special to maiden 40 and now all the way to 15. Like, we're not going to take a stop at 25. We're just going to go all the way down to the bottom here today. In some cases, you say, well, this is a hot potato. And one of the other interesting things is the fact that Campos had been the regular rider on this horse, Campos the regular rider on the 1. He opts to take the 1, and it's Reyes who takes the 2. And Reyes hasn't ridden very many horses. We're talking about maybe a couple of horses from the Steve Churkop barn, so he's getting an opportunity on the dropper today.
To keep that angle going, the next horse we're going to touch on, Austin Adams, early rides for the Bob Tiller outfit. Second start off, a long layoff for this one.
Right, and didn't get the best of breaks either, which kind of helped, the issue, and it wasn't a good one. So that I find interesting too, when trainers use riders that they very rarely use. And Austin Adams, again, from a handful of rides, hasn't had any luck with this outfit. However, with the drop from 40 in to $14,000, we should be able to wake up and grab a share of the purse money.
So we spoke of the fact the 3 and the 4, those have been jockey trainer combinations, or the 2 and the 3 rather, that we don't see a lot of. Now with Toast the Ghost, you might say, okay, well, Christoph Douglas really rides for Gail Cox, which is accurate. But a lot of time what happens is a trainer will say, I just want to use a bug.
Exactly. And really, this is our bug.
Yep.
That we have to use. So that's why Chris Douglas gets quite a bit of business, because he is kind of the bug right now. And they'll add blinkers here today on the drop from 25 in for $15,000 too. So I can understand what they're doing here today, because she's not an incredibly big filly. So, getting 5 pounds off of her back is going to be very helpful. I kind of see it 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 droppers in the event.
That's a fact, is the number 5, lost to Ryo Amazing last time out, who came back with a so-so 4th in our most recent race.
And so with the 1, 2, 3, and 4 taking drops, this horse is actually going up after facing maidens for $10,000 and finishing in the 4th place spot. Now moves up in class.
And we'll wrap it up with the 6th, the speed Hearty Christini. And Randy Thompson will send out this one. Yet again, a new pilot as Deshaun Gaskin will take over.
Now, Deshaun did ride this horse once before, and that was the first start off of the layoff, which produced a 4th place effort. The winner and the 2nd place finisher came back to win in their next start, so there's something to like there. But we're moving up from maidens for 10 to maidens for 15 when so many others are coming down in price.
Just going to look back at how many favorites have won tonight? I think Arundel's it.
Arundel's it, and Arundel was 8-1 when we were talking about her.
Yeah, because Hen and Gal was 6-5, but was the second choice in there. And then it's been 4-1, 7-2, 7-1 so far on the card. Just waiting the call for Riders Up, which should be happening here momentarily. In fact, it's happened. And there's a look at the inside horse, that being Tan Toast, as Jose Campos will guide this one for conditioner Rachel Halton.
Call to post for the 6th race as they head out with a rider change on number 6, Hardy Christini, to Deshaun Gaskin, a corrected weight of 120. 7 furlongs. This is a maiden claiming race for fillies and mares who are 3 and up, and does start the final double on today's program. We're 9 minutes away. Here is the field in the 6th, number 1, Tan Toast, trained by Rachel Holden for Uphill Stable and Brian Stoddard, and the rider Jose Campos. Number 2 is Heart Tap, who's owned by Zealy Racing Stables. The trainer is Stephen Cherkop, and the rider Luis Reyes. Number 3, New Renaissance, in the barn of Robert Tiller for Frank DiGiulio Jr. with Austin Adams. 4 is Toast the Ghost for Spruce Park Stable, trainer Gail Cox and rider Christoph Douglas. Number 5, That's a Fact. Nick Nasawenko is the owner and trainer with jockey Daisuke Fukumoto. And 6, Hardy Christini for James Bogar, Randy Thompson and Deshaun Gaskin. This race is due in 6 minutes, race 6, 7 furlongs. We're 4 minutes from a start. 4 minutes to place your bets. On the way to the starting gate, the sixth race sees 7 to 5 for number 1, Tan Toast, 5 to 2 for number 2, Heart Tap, and then 4 to 1 for New Renaissance. And in actuality, they're in exact order of the post position for the popularity, right from the inside gate to the out in favoured runners to the most unfavoured. As they come to the start, the rain has returned. It's been on and off with the rising humidex, and we definitely have had a little bit of a sunbreak prior, but today we are definitely feeling the muggy conditions as they move up. First around is Tan Toast. We also have Toast the Ghost. And going in is Tan Toast for Jose Campos. Rachel Holden sending out Tan Toast in a third appearance. And it is being guided forward. Heart Tap for Luis Reyes to gate 2. We also have a Hardy Christini here. Heart Tap in the gate. New Renaissance moving forward. New Renaissance has gone up. Toast the Ghost to gate 4. Next along is That's a Fact. Dijon Gaskin, the outside gate for Hardy Christini. Stand by for the start. Moves in and they're ready to run. Off they race. A perfect line. Away well was Toast the Ghost in the center. That's a Fact, the outside, and go to the front. Hardy Christini soon after. And driving through is New Renaissance. Over on the inside, Tan Toast, and dropping to last is on the rail, Heart Tap. Out in front from the outside, Heidi Christini. In the centre goes New Renaissance, and up the rails Tan Toast. The line almost even with them, and about 4 lengths away came That's a Fact. Getting back now, Toast the Ghost, and last is Heart Tap. They're in 2 separate divisions, but going through is Tan Toast, and has gone to the front. By a length to New Renaissance and Heidi Christini. About 2 away is Heart Tap, and then Toast the Ghost, and on the outside, That's a Fact. They run off to the 3.5, and Tan Toast by a length and a quarter. New Renaissance now length and a half, and on the outer, Heidi Christini. Room up the rails for Heart Tap. That's a Fact, second last, and on the rails, Toast the Ghost. Not too much first to last, and showing the way is Tan Toast. They come down to the quarter, chasing Tan Toast. Heart Tap is emerging as a threat, and on the outside, Heidi Christini. New Renaissance labouring, and on the rails, Toast the Ghost saving ground as they corner. Tan Toast burst away again, got out by a couple of lengths to Heart Tap. Toast the Ghost running home on the inside to third, but well clear. Tan Toast battling on. Heart Tap is 3 behind, and now running to third, That's a Fact, and it's Tan Toast just piling on the margin, and Tan Toast is starting to really burn down to the wire, and Tan Toast singes them by 7 lengths. Second home is Heart Tap, a gap to That's a Fact. Then New Renaissance, Toast the Ghost, and Heidi Christini, 125.37. Big win to number 1, Tan Toast. The first quarter was 22-4. The half mile, 46-2. 3 quarters, 112-2. And the final time, 125.37. The numbers are 1, 2, 5, 3. 2 second, Heart Tap. 5 third, That's a Fact. And 4th, 3 New Renaissance. 1, 2, 5, 3. Heading to the winner's circle with a breakthrough win is Tan Toast, and living up to the name of the sire, win, win, win. And the dam is predictress, and the betting public certainly predicted the result correctly. As a favourite, Tan Toast has scored very impressively. Success for Uphill Stable and Brian Stoddard, and for trainer Rachel Holden and winning jockey Jose Campos. It's all Tan Toast. Burton C. Jones read the winner in Kentucky, Tan Toast, the unofficial winner. Those numbers are now official. Prices to follow on 1, 2, 5, 3. The return is $4.50 for number 1, Tan Toast. That exacta was popular 1, 2, $14.60, and the trifecta $28.40. Super 1, 2, 5, 3, $67.90, and the double 4, 1, $55.40. The pick 3 numbers 7, 4, 1, $121.65, and in the pick 5, 1, 3, 7, 4, 1, $4,733 even. 1, 2 swinger $2, 1, 5, 3, 10, and 2, 5, 475. The payouts on race 6. Off they race. A perfect line. Away well was Toast the Ghost in the centre. That's a fact. The outside and go to the front. Hardy Christini soon after. And driving through is New Renaissance. Over on the inside, Tan Toast. And dropping to last is on the rail, Heart Tap. Out in front from the outside, Hardy Christini. In the centre goes New Renaissance, and up the rails, Tan Toast. The line almost even with them, and about 4 lengths away came That's a Fact. Getting back now, Toast the Ghost, and last is Heart Tap. They're in 2 separate divisions, but going through is Tan Toast, and has gone to the front. By a length to New Renaissance and Hardy Christini. About 2 away is Heart Tap, and then Toast the Ghost, and on the outside, That's a Fact. They run off to the 3.5, and Tan Toast by a length and a quarter. New Renaissance now length and a half, and on the outer, Hardy Christini. Rim up the rails for Heart Tap. That's a Fact, second last, and on the rails, Toast the Ghost. Not too much first to last, and showing the way is Tan Toast. They come down to the quarter, chasing Tan Toast. Heart Tap is emerging as a threat, and on the outside, Hardy Christini. New Renaissance labouring, and on the rails, Toast the Ghost saving ground as they corner. Tan Toast burst away again, got out by a couple of lengths to Heart Tap. Toast the Ghost running home on the inside to third, but well clear. Tan Toast battling on. Heart Tap is 3 behind. And now running to third, That's a Fact. And it's Tan Toast just piling on the margin. And Tan Toast is starting to really burn down to the wire. And Tan Toast singes them by 7 lengths. Second home is Heart Tap, a gap to That's a Fact. Then New Renaissance, Toast the Ghost, and Hardy Christini, 125.37. There is the finish order. Tan Toast, who was the winner, has been claimed and goes from the barn of Rachel Holden to Harold Ladouceur for Pan Am Racing. To the inner turf to conclude the program, where we are clear of changes. The carryover in the jackpot high five, $6,146.08, and we're 18 minutes from race 7.
Tan Toast very easily captures race number 6 and does leave the barn of the Uphill stable and Brian Stoddard on a winning note, and now has moved over to the outfit of one Harold Ladouceur. As we look ahead here to the 7th, could today be the day for a horse that's had some heartbreaking losses, that being Chevron Arruda? More on that one momentarily, but we'll start off with the one, Elisa, and this is Bermuda Blue.
Well, you know, this has been an interesting little horse for this outfit, and they tried the 40. Well, look, they started for 25, then they tried the 40s. They've been sticking around in these 25s, but I wonder if this is still just a step too tough for her here. I wouldn't mind seeing her on the drop here. Now, one thing that you can note right away, guess what race she exits? The Tan Toast race. And you saw what Tan Toast did for $15,000. And that was a drop from 25 in for 15. So just using that reference, you'd think that maybe next start out, if they run Bermuda Brew for $15,000, then they might be in a spot where they can get the maiden score.
Chevro Naruta is the number 2. This will be start number 16. Actually ran a winning race 2 starts ago, and last time out got beat by a Nazawenko horse.
That's right. So beat by Reload Baba, beat by, like you said, the Nazawenko horse last start out, and it's Hoyt back aboard again today. It's just a matter of, here, are the starts really beginning to add up? I think you and I have both gone other directions in this race because we're on to start number 16. You like a first-time starter. I like a second-time starter. I think there's maybe some prices that we can get on the other horses that we like. And, you know, we've seen this horse, and she's been a favorite before and just hasn't been able to get it done. Hey, if she wins today, good for them. But I think there's others in here with better value.
Ryan Jones will send out the number 3, that being Strawberry World. Back-to-back third-place finishes.
So, again, you know, she's been in against Chevron Arruda. And so you kind of figure Chevron Arruda might be one step ahead of her. But look at the price difference. You get Chevron Arruda at 6-5, who comes in off back-to-back seconds, and you get Strawberry World, who was right behind her in back-to-back thirds, and she's 16-1. So, you know, it's just kind of interesting to see that. But yeah, we'll try again with this horse here today. Certainly getting closer to getting the maiden score, but you can see too, last year they ran this horse for bottoms for $10,000. And maybe, again, you can think about that. We have to start to look at reclassifying some of these.
The 4, Holy Anita's mother, is related to a bunch of nice horses, including Holy Helena, Holy Boss, but they're wasting no time with this one, debuting for just $25,000.
Right, and like you said, she's a half to these horses, and like these horses have made, Holy Helena has made $1.3 million, Holy Boss made $771,000. So let's see if the pedigree can kind of shine through with her here today. I've used her in the 3rd spot. She's a little, see the way she looks? Like she's definitely got a really high head carriage, like almost like giraffe-like, but you know, she's just really on almost high alert, and I'd like to see her put her head down and just kind of chill a little bit here, but it's all new surroundings for her. You get Romero Mirage.
Alita Marie is the number 5. Cramped schedule for this one.
Yeah, so July 5th she races in for a quarter, and she's second. And then they tried the maiden special weight because they were so excited with the second that she got for a quarter. They thought maiden special would be a good opportunity. And I mean, she hooks a horse like Mary Goodnight. You're going to hook really tough horses in the maiden special. And now we're back down to $25,000. So I think reality's just set in. She's a $25,000 claimer. If she runs back to the race that she had on July the 5th, she could be good to go. But like you said, she's coming back kind of quick.
Boss Lady J is the number 6. It's the second Apollo entrant in the race.
I don't mind this horse either because the last race isn't all that bad. And she gets a reference to Lady on the Nile, who we happened to see win for the, what was that, the third time in a row in race number 4 in the program. She ran 8th to her back on June the 5th, comes back July the 5th. Very well spaced out races for her. We're almost a month apart for every start.
Seattle Rising is number 7. Darren Glennon will send out this one.
I don't know what to think about this horse. Didn't take any money really and wasn't exactly the best mannered horse in that first Lifetime start. And you can see today that they've taken the horse out to the walking ring as well. A 4-year-old who's really just beginning her career. Just watch her. She might be a little concerned about her surroundings.
And it was a green debut for Crumlin Molly.
She had to get stopped a couple of times in that journey. And she didn't exactly draw the best post that day. She drew the 11. Today she's not exactly drawing the best post on the outside, but it's better than where she was last start out. If you go back and you watch that replay, and we showed it to you on the pregame show, she kind of started to get moving, and then Flores had to take a feel and hold on for a second, say big whoa to the girl, and then she gets rolling again out, and he gives her a couple of taps, and she kind of runs into a wall of horses. He has to move her to the outside. She finally gets a clear path. He has to take up again, and then once she got smooth sailing, she was able to close for the 4th place position. That's why she went on my watch list. Guess who she ran 4th to? Lady on the Nile, who again won today for Sittard. So she gets a strong frame of reference. I was hoping we'd get a little bit of a price. 7-2 isn't all that bad. She's going to be where I'm going to go here today.
So today we looked at the forecast and we were just sort of hoping that we'd be able to avoid the rain. That has not been the case, but it hasn't been to the case where we've had to move races.
No.
You know, it's just been just enough that we've been able to stay on. This is obviously going to be our last race of the day at 7.5 furlongs on the Bet365 Inner Turf Course. Elisa and Jeff with you as we get set to close things down. Just a reminder, too, that coming up this weekend, yes, we have stake races, but the big thing is we're back on the E.P. Taylor Turf Course.
Yes, back on the E.P. Taylor on Sunday. We have a really good card on Sunday as well, so we've kind of been through it. There's some really neat horses on the program, some babies on the program as well to look forward to. But really tonight, the star of the card was once again Mr. Sittard, and he combined with Pietra Moran for 2 lovely wins. Arendelle in the opener and Lady on the Nile, who has really found a new lust for racing since getting onto the turf course.
Yeah, her niche is definitely that turf course. She does so many good things on there. So tomorrow I'll have Robert with me on the pregame show, and we'll have the first of Aiken underway at 1 o'clock. Elise will be at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and then she'll be back with me coming up on the Saturday program. And on Saturday, we have the Bison City and the Niagara.
Looking forward to that. And tomorrow, if you want to watch a really fun card of harness racing action, we have 2 big stakes races tomorrow night at Womo, both going for purses of over $150,000.
Looking forward to your insights on that card, my friends. I'll be definitely tuning in. It's race number 7 coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Call to post race 7, the final race today, and it's on the Bet365 Inner Turf. There are no changes. The carryover in the jackpot high five, $6,146.08. At the 7.5 furlongs, this race upcoming for fillies and mares 3 and up as they head to the post parade. Post parade number 1 is Bermuda Brew, who's trained by Noel Williams and owned by Bermuda Blue Farm, and the rider Luis Contreras. 2 is Shavona Ruta, trained by Mike DePolo. Josie DePolo is the owner, and in the saddle is Jason Hoyt. Number 3, Strawberry World, with the riders Deshaun Bino for HJT Racing Stable and Ryan Jones. Stronach Stables, owners of number 4, Holy Anita, trainer Kevin Attard, and the rider is Romero Mirage. Number 5, Lita Marie, Kurt Gonzalez owner, trainer Hannah Springer, rider Pietra Moran. 6 is Boss Lady J, also from the barn of Mike DePolo, is owned by James Everett and Erica Everett Muse, with rider Leo Salas. 7, Seattle Rising, Gerald Sternberg, Dublin Farm, and Jerry McVilliana, owners, Darren Glennon, trainer, with Christoph Douglas. And number 8, Crumlin Molly, who's trained by Don McRae for Dura Racing, with S1 Flores, and the field is headed to the start, 6 minutes on the inner turf. On the way to the start, the final race today is coming up in under a minute. The favourites are 2 Shavona Ruda, 2-1. Crumlin Molly, 5-2, getting good support now. And 5 Lita Marie at 4s. First time starter Holy Anita is at current odds of 6-1. They're moving forward. Bermuda Brew has the inside gate for Luis Contreras, and going to gate 5 is Lita Marie with Pietro Morin. We have 8 to be decided on Friday and 11 on both Saturday and Sunday with the Bison City and the Niagara. And we look forward to a very strong card, including an EP Taylor race on Sunday as they move up. Joining the line will be Shavona Ruta for Jason Hoyt to gate 2, and Boss Lady J and Leo Sales waiting their turn. As Lita Marie has settled, and now in the gate, Shavona Ruta. Strawberry World moves up. Boss Lady J gate 6, gate 7, Seattle Rising. They're almost ready. Holy Anita. Damn Holy Anna. And the last along will be Crumlin Molly for S1 Flores to gate number 8. Stand by for a start. With barn of Don McRae, it's Crumlin Molly now joining. Fillies and mares are all in, locked up. Off their race and coming out sharply was Seattle Rising. Going forward on the outside, driving to the front is Holy Anita in the center. Strawberry World and Shavona just behind them, and over on the outside Lita Marie, and tagging across is now Crumlin Molly. A break to Bermuda Brew, who's second last, and last is Boss Lady J and Holy Anita, the first time starter, taken on by Seattle Rising. They're out by 2.5 to Strawberry World. Lita Marie the outside, 1.5 Shavona Ruta and Crumlin Molly racing together, and 3 back Bermuda Brew, and last is Boss Lady J. About 6 lengths covers the field, and up the backstretch in front narrowly is Seattle Rising. Seattle Rising ahead, Holy Anita coming right back for the lead. They're 2 in front. Strawberry World joining Lita Marie. A length away came Shavona Ruta, tucked up on the inside of Crumlin Molly. And couple away Bermuda Brew, and last is Boss Lady J. The first quarter was 24-3, but they picked the pace up, and showing the way together on the inside, Holy Anita, the outer Seattle Rising as they go to the 3/8. A length and a half, Lita Marie, Strawberry World, Crumlin Molly asked to finish on now. On the inside is Shavona Ruta, and the half was actually 49-2 as they swing down to the final quarter. Showing the way is still on the rails, Holy Anita coming 3 wide, Lita Marie, and looking for room, Strawberry World up the inside. Boss Lady J's coming to the race well, Crumlin Molly down the outside, and going forward is Lita Marie. Bermuda Brew with a slingshot run, and going to the front, Lita Marie. Lita Marie getting out by a half to Holy Anita, and now Boss Lady J is coming home well on the inside. Oh, Boss Lady J from last to first. Boss Lady J is the winner by a length and a quarter. In second placing, Lita Marie, and then flying home were Crumlin Molly, Shavona Ruta, and out wider was Bermuda Brew in that blanket finish. And the time is 1:32.27. Six is the winner, Boss Lady J. 5 is second, Lita Marie. A photo for show, and in fact, a photo for the minor awards here. 6, Boss Lady J. 5, Lita Marie. 6, 5, and a third placed photo. First quarter in 24 and 3, a half mile 49 and 2 and 3/4, 113 and 4, 7/8, 125 and 4. Final time 132.27. Boss Lady J beautifully turned out and a great winning ride by Leo Salas. Skims the rail to victory for Mike DePaulo in the final race of the program at a big price too. Boss Lady J. Boss Lady J is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Audible from Miss Matza. And congrats to James Everett and Erica Everett Muse. Mike DePaulo winning trainer. Leo Salas winning jockey, bred by James Everett, Janine Everett and Erica Everett Muse. Boss Lady J with a breakthrough win. So the numbers are through, and it's 6, 5, 4, 8, dead heat 1 and 10. So the winner 6 Boss Lady J, 5 Lita Marie second, 4 Holy Anita third, 8 Crumlin Molly fourth, 1 Bermuda Brew and 10 Chevron and 10? Not 10. Could be 2. The 2. We don't have a 10 in Chevron. We have a 2. Got to get those numbers correct. So we go 6, 5, 4, 8, Dead Heat 1, 2 for the jackpot high 5 and more to come. Stewart's confirming those numbers. A dead heat for 5th between the 1 and 2. That's the 1, Bermuda Brew, and 2, Chivona Ruta. We'll get that changed on the TV monitor. It is changed correctly onto the infield. But again, the numbers are 6, 5, 4, 8, dead heat 1, 2. More to come. It's official. Here are the prices. The winner paid really well, $32.50 for Boss Lady J, 16 even and 12 even. 5 Lita Marie, $5.90 and $5.60. For Holy Anita, $6.60. And the first of the exotics, the Exacta, $251.80. Trifecta, $518.85. Super 6548 has paid $2,420.90. And the Jackpot High Five Consolation, we have two payouts, and they are 65481, $2,139.80. 65482, $1,515.95. And the carryover is $9,056.50 to tomorrow. The double 16, $117.40. Swinger 56, $22.25. 46, $13.45. 45, $5.15. In the pick 3, 416, $317.50. The pick 47, 416, $4,297.80. And the 20-cent Jackpot Power Pick 6, the numbers of 137416 returns you $28,885.34. And the fifth placed photo showing the dead heat. Fillies and mares are all in, locked up. Off their race and coming out sharply was Seattle Rising. Going forward on the outside, driving to the front is Holy Anita in the center. Strawberry World and Shavonarita just behind them. And over on the outside, Lita Marie. And tagging across is now Crumlin Molly. A break to Bermuda Brew, who's second last, and last is Boss Lady J. And Holy Anita, the first-time starter, taken on by Seattle Rising. They're out by 2.5 to Strawberry World. Lita Marie the outside, 1.5 Shavonarita and Crumlin Molly racing together. And 3 back Bermuda Brew, and last is Boss Lady J. About 6 lengths covers the field, and up the backstretch in front narrowly is Seattle Rising. Seattle Rising ahead, Holy Anita coming right back for the lead. They're 2 in front. Strawberry World joining Lita Marie. A length away came Shavonarita, tucked up on the inside of Crumlin Molly. And couple away Bermuda Brew, and last is Boss Lady J. The first quarter was 24-3, but they picked the pace up and showing the way together on the inside, Holy Anita. The outer Seattle Rising as they go to the 3/8. A length and a half, Lita Marie, Strawberry World, Crumlin Molly asked to finish on now. On the inside is Shavonarita. And the half was actually 49-2 as they swing down to the final quarter. Showing the way is still on the rails. Holy Anita coming 3 wide, Lita Marie. And looking for room, Strawberry World up the inside. Boss Lady J's coming to the race well. Crumlin Molly down the outside. And going forward is Lita Marie. Bermuda Brew with a slingshot run. And going to the front, Lita Marie. Lita Marie getting out by a half to Holy Anita. And now Boss Lady J is coming home well on the inside. Oh, Boss Lady J from last to first. Boss Lady J is the winner by a length and a quarter. In second placing, Lita Marie, and then flying home were Crumlin Molly, Shavonarita, and out wider was Bermuda Brew in that blanket finish. And the time is 1:32.27. First up, a look at the finish order. And now the claim. Holy Anita goes from the barn of Kevin Attard to owner-trainer Alexander Padowicz. Concludes our Thursday racing. We're back tomorrow with Friday, so it'll be an 8-race card, and we look forward to excellent races on the weekend, and that will be 11 on both days, featuring the Bison City and the Niagara and an EP Taylor running on Sunday. Thanks for joining us on track. Those who've been watching and wagering on Woodbine, have a very good night.